told him we had a video.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. I'm gonna watch it. You're gonna see that after.
Everybody, go ahead, David, you can open the door. Turn my ringer off. This looks good, Melissa. I have it all set up. Who? Oh, okay. Y'all can come in, find your name tag. Your party leaders have decided where you are all going to sit. Ms. Jakes, you're up here, Assemblywoman. Oh, I am watching myself. What's that? Does everyone find their seats, find their name tags? Well, guys, we made it. Did the week go fast, especially at the end? It just flew by, and tomorrow we'll be finished and we'll be sending you all home, so it's a little bit bittersweet today. How many of you, before we started, when the very first time I spoke to you all, I asked how many of you kind of were forced to come by your parents? Can you guys, or someone else, can you guys raise your hand again? Higher, it's okay. Good parents that you have. Are you glad you came? Yeah, that's what we want. We want it to be a fun camp, and I know that it's drinking out of a fire hose in the beginning, and you have no idea what's going on, and you're starting to realize what's going on, and when you go home, you'll realize it anymore, or even more. So I just want to thank you for a great week. I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping, and then it really is going to be a program that is run by the Speaker of the City on the Hill Assembly and the students. So if I can have everybody's attention, no doodling on name tags or anything like that. You've got your notebooks, you've got paper if you want to write questions down. There is no talking. I don't want to see anyone chatting it up and talking with each other. It may be a long day, but this is a Christian leadership camp, and I expect you to be respectful of the people that are presenting their bills, even when it's in the afternoon and we're getting a little bit tired. Remember that we're ambassadors for Christ as we are live streaming this, and that when we speak about a bill, it's not derogatory, it's not, by all means you can confront truth, but no like joking comments or anything like that. We are professionals representing Christ, Capital Resource Institute, and City on the Hill. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our City on the Hill chaplain, John England, to give us a few words in closing before we open up in session. Welcome to the City on the Hill 2026 House Session.
Yes, it's been a big, long week, but I want to start this morning as you prepare just with what I've been hearing all week. We've used the word game. We call what you're doing a game. I would suggest that we call it training camp, because this is about a very real, very important life situation that you are in the midst of now, whether you know it or not. So what you've learned this week, what you have worked on, had fun at, laughed, enjoyed, the relationships, it's about a training camp for what really goes on when we walk out of these doors. And it's no different than the two primary authors and apostles that we read about in the New Testament, namely Peter and Paul. Those men's lives were forever changed, and as ambassadors, as witnesses, as defenders of the gospel of Jesus Christ, they entered into a very hostile environment and world. So with that, let's remind ourselves today of what Paul and Peter say to us. They say that we are no, and Jesus started, he said, you're no longer of this world, but in his high priestly prayer, Jesus very specifically told the Father, I'm not asking you, Father God, that you take my disciples out of the world. Now, I want them, they need to be in the world, but I want you to protect them from the evil one. Because the evil one will come after them, will attack them, will assault them. And that's what we live in today. Any person that is a follower of Jesus Christ at some level will encounter disagreement, persecution, cancel culture, all of those things. But if we remember that even though our coming citizenship, and we've gained that citizenship now as believers in Christ, there's a point coming when we're going to enjoy and experience that citizenship in heaven as his children. But in the meantime, he's got you and I right here. So let me leave you this morning with a few reminders from both Peter and Paul about encouragement as you step forward as aliens and strangers in this world, but in the world to broadcast, as it were, to stand for, as it would be, your heavenly citizenship. So here. Number one, pray for leaders. Pray for the leaders that are in office, in authority right now, whether it is your town, your state, or the nation, or the world. Listen to what it says. I urge that petitions, prayers, intercession, thanksgiving be made for all those in authority, that we may live peaceful and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. As my wife said this morning, and has said many, many times, and it's true, that doesn't mean we don't stand and declare biblical truth. However, it's how we do that. And we want to do it in a peaceful as possible. We want to do it with godliness and holiness. And that's Paul's encouragement to Timothy. The second one is submit to government authority as it is today, as is right. Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. There's not one leader in government today that is not under the sovereign control and will of our Creator God, Almighty God. They make choices, good choices, bad choices, righteous choices, evil choices, but bottom line, they are under God's ultimate authority and sovereign reign. So, as citizens of heaven here on earth, Paul encourages us to submit, and there will be a caveat to that as I finish. And then from Jesus' words, Paul says this. He agrees that reminding us that human government has a role to play in God's economy. It's really quite important to understand that God, being the Creator God, is over everything in this world. If he created heaven and earth, then guess what? Government is under that control and creation. He set it up. He's allowed it to be. And he wants you and I, as his people, to be involved in that. Finally, live an honorable life. Show proper respect to everyone. Love the family of believers. Fear God. Listen to this. Honor the emperor. This came from Peter, the very man that would be imprisoned by the emperor, as would be Paul. and would be executed for his faith. As we respond to human government, we're also challenged to live like Jesus wherever we reside. This involves things like caring for the poor, helping the weak, sharing the power of the gospel, and doing justice for the oppressed. But there is a qualifier to all of this. When threatened by the leaders of the religious government of Israel, Peter wisely responded, "We must obey God rather than human beings." So as you go out, as you work through the day, but honestly, more importantly, as you take what you've learned this week, and there will be much more to learn in your life. At 72 soon to be, I'm still learning. But take what you've learned this week, ask God to show you how to apply it in your lives, and remember those 4 C's. Don't be afraid to cultivate that which is good. Don't be afraid, and think about how God might use you to cure something that's sick, that's in need. Don't be afraid to create something brand new that can help in our culture. And don't be afraid to stand to curb that which is evil. You are his lights, you are his ambassadors, you are his salt. So let's go be that as we go forth. Let me pray. Father, thank you for this day. God, I just thank you that this entire week has been part of your divine, special, individual plan for each and every student and leader that's been here this week. Thank you for the relationships that have been built, the friendships that have been made, and I pray that those would be lasting and good and strong. Thank you for the things that have been learned and that we are going to get to exercise today in this very real training camp experience. And God, let us not forget that whatever it is we do today and whatever it is we do tomorrow and for the rest of our lives, may we do it all in your name, Lord Jesus, because your name is the one and only name that has authority over everything else. And you truly are our risen Lord, Savior, and King. So then, in God, we pray in advance, and I pray a prayer of blessing over every word that is spoken today, every action that's taken. I mean, we do it all to your honor and glory. And I ask it in Jesus' precious name. Amen. Let's begin.
Mr. Seeley, could you fix his microphone?
Yeah, I'm good. So you want me to take someone before? Okay. And I do that before here, right?
Do that, and then this is down here, so you're gonna go to here. You're gonna ask for roll, and then after roll, you'll say occasion.
So you hit this first. The meeting of the 39th Assembly of the Great City on the Hill will come to order. The Lieutenant Governor will call the order. The roll.
Mr. Chaw, Miss Cruz, Miss Cummings, Miss Ellithorpe, Miss England, Mr. Fasenko, Mr. Hagberg, E. Hagberg, present. Miss G. Hagberg, Mr. S. Hagberg, Mr. Hasty, Mr. Jakes, Miss Jakes, Miss Lai, Mr. Larson, Mr. Lee, Mr. Luna, Miss Morales, G. Morales, Miss E. Morales, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Moriel, Miss Moriel, Miss Murphy, Miss Parker, Miss Pope, Mr. Pope, Miss Renteria, I'm sorry, V, Miss C. Renteria, Miss Seeley, Miss Stevens, Mr. Stewart, G. Stewart, Mr. D. Stewart, Ms. Zabo, Mr. Westwick, Miss Zamorano, Mr. Zamorano, all are present.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. We will move to the business of the day. Right. Let us begin with the invocation. Would anyone like to open us up in an attitude of prayer? Assemblyman Morial. Thank you, Assemblyman. Do we move the Pledge of Allegiance? Yeah. We'll now move to the Pledge of Allegiance. Would Assemblyman Hagberg like to lead the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, Assemblyman Hagberg. Today we will consider 35 bills. Please reference your agenda and keep track of when your bills are up. To begin, we will hear AB 767, followed by AB 1535. If the bill sponsors and opponents would please approach the microphones. Those in favor will go to the microphone on the left, and those in opposition on the right. Assemblyman Morial, do you have your bill?
Yes, sir.
Can you hand it to the Lieutenant Governor? Thank you. When you are called, please bring up your bill and anything you need to present it. When you do come up with your bill, hand it to the Lieutenant Governor, who will read it off, and then we will begin the discussion. Thank you.
Assembly Bill number 767, introduced by Member Jay Moriel, an act to amend the Welfare and Institutions Code relating to sexually violent predators.
Assemblyman Moriel, you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Moriel. I am presenting this bill on, it is amendment to the code relating to sexually violent predators. It is amending section 6608.5. What this bill would do, it would amend the bill to further clarify what is already law. The bill itself states that the convicted sex offenders are not allowed to live a quarter mile away from any form of school, which includes any registered home schools, home daycare facilities, private schools, high schools, etc. And the reason I'm presenting this bill is that this bill is essential for a child's safety. While they're in school, parents shouldn't have to be worrying about how close a sex offender is to their school. It should be perfectly clear that they should be nowhere near any school. The bill itself protects children from being near offender, like I stated earlier, within a quarter mile. It's a non-negotiable fact that we should protect children to the fullest, and that should be our main priority and goal, especially when we're passing legislation such as this. It is a well-thought-out plan, this bill, to separate offenders from schools. The amendment states that unregistered homeschool groups cannot intentionally move places to relocate the offender. So before the law, the law was already placed, but what this amendment would do is it wouldn't allow a unregistered homeschool group, unregistered to the state of California, to move and create a school intentionally close to a sex offender so that they wouldn't be able to basically relocate them intentionally. The reason why anyone would oppose this bill, the only reason against this bill is out of sympathy for the sex offender, which I think is ridiculous. The Eighth Amendment states that excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. This Eighth Amendment is supposed to protect people from cruel and unusual punishments, but I would like to also state that for the offender, the Eighth Amendment has their rights still, but this is not cruel and unusual, it is just. Or else some may say that it is not harsh enough, in which case I might agree. But for now, this is the beginning point of passing this bill, and we will move on from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Moriel. Assemblyman Shaw, you have 1 minute to oppose, and Assemblywoman Stevens, you will also have 1 minute to oppose. You may secede your time if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblyman Shaw. I stand in strong opposition of this bill because there's many things that this bill contradicts itself. As Mr. Morial mentioned earlier, that this bill protects sex offenders that are in a quarter-mile radius of a school, private school, homeschool, etc. But then you also stated that it's just a homeschool, but then this bill clearly states that they only protect the schools and homeschools and daycare centers that have filed an affidavit to the state. And also, you explained already existing law. We're talking about the daycare centers here. And then it says here that you're trying to protect daycare centers, but however, At the bottom of page 1, it says, as specified, that provides private school instruction to any student between 6 to 18 years of age. I don't believe that
Assemblyman
people
Shaw,
from there-
that's your time. Thank you, Assemblyman Shaw. Assemblywoman Stevens, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Stevens. I oppose this bill because it can make life harder for someone who has already been approved for release. For example, a single father or guardian may need to pick up a younger family member from daycare, and the restrictions could make that more difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Stevens. Sorry, guys. Is there any discussion on the bill? You may stand at this point if you would like to discuss. Assemblyman Morial. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Assemblyman Morial, you get a 30-second rebuttal period first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Norio. In regards to what Mr. Chaw was saying, or Assemblyman Chaw, I'm sorry. It is true, it's talking about daycares, but it's only to make the bill more clear and concise. What this bill would be clarifying is that an unregistered school can't start and move the sex offender. It would have to be, for this bill to affect the certain situation, would have to be that the daycare center or the school or whatever, it clarifies later on in the bill what that includes. That the school group would not be, has to be registered.
That is time. Sorry, Mr. Morial.
Thank you, sir.
We will now move to discussion. If anyone on the floor would like to discuss, they may rise. Seeing that there is no discussion, we will move into a vote. All those in favor of passing AB 767, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Division was called. All those in support of AB 767, please rise. All those opposed? The bill passes.
Point of order.
Yes.
I had a question real quick.
Please address the speaker.
I'm sorry, I forgot my question.
I'm sorry. That is okay. Yes, okay. Thank you. You may now take your seat. We will now move to AB 1535. Would the opposition and the support please come up? The governor has an announcement.
Yes, we are missing a backpack that has, I think, a purple notebook in it. Can everyone check to make sure that you don't have Leader Morales's backpack? Eleni, did you bring it down from the dorms for sure? Okay, so, because we've looked outside and we're missing her notebook and notes. So can everyone check their backpack, make sure it's their own backpack? And then, can I get someone on staff to go check with Lost and Found in like the cafeteria? And don't forget, you guys, you have your constituency sheet, so every time a bill comes up, you should be filling that out. You get a +1 if you vote with your constituents, a -1 if you vote against them, and if you abstain, it's a wash, it's 0. Yes, you may.
I'm sorry. This mic is amazing. Point of information, when you do come up to approve your bill, hand it to the governor, and then you will move to the stand and say, I move to approve blank bill. And then the support will get 2 minutes Each opposition will get 1 minute and may choose to secede their time to another, and then a 30-second rebuttal. Upon that being over, we will have 2.5 minutes of discussion. But yes, we will now move forward. Would Assemblyman Drew Stewart please come up to present AB 1535 and the opposition come up to oppose?
Assembly Bill number 1535, introduced by Assemblymember D. Stewart, is an act to amend the penal code relating to hate crimes.
Assemblyman Stewart, you may now speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, sir. Assemblyman Drew Stewart here. I move to approve bill number AB 1535.
Is there a second? Okay, you may now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, sir. Assemblyman Drew Stewart here. So my bill is on making an amendment to, it's to make an amendment to the bill, and the amendment is that when someone commits a hate crime, which is saying something rude about your race, your gender, or disability, that another one of the things that the judge should put into consideration is that the person who committed the crime and the victim could be on two different political parties. So like, when the judge is considering what the punishment should be and what the act was, he should consider that the person that committed it and the person that the victim are on two different political parties, therefore they could have a grudge against each other. Thank you.
If that is all, we will now move to the opposition. Assemblyman Lee, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblyman Lee. I just want to say that I think considering a political affiliation as part of a hate crime is not right, because a political affiliation or your choice of political party can change any time, whereas the criteria for a hate crime, race, religion, sexual orientation cannot change, that is set, but political affiliation is not set and it could change anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Lee. Assemblywoman Morial, you may now speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It says that this bill would create, it would eliminate the crime or infraction, or change the penalty for a crime or infraction. So, would you mind clarifying this part of the bill through Mr. Speaker to my colleague, Mr. Drew, Assemblyman Drew?
Proceed.
What the penalty should be, or?
You may respond.
Just this section that the local agency or school district in the very last paragraph, and how it will eliminate the crime or infraction or change the penalty for the crime or infraction.
You may respond.
So in the bill it says that at the beginning it says that a hate crime is an act committed against someone's race or their gender or their religion, and the amendment is to put into consideration political affiliation, which is being on different political parties. It's just another thing that the judge should consider.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to close with this. I'm in complete agreement with my colleague, and I would like to say that the judges have had multiple years of schooling and preparation for this particular job, and I don't see that there's reason to pass a bill to particularly acknowledge the political party, because he would likely have that in mind already. Thank you very much.
Okay, you now may have a 30-second rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Assemblyman Drew Stewart here. I would also like to say that your religion can change. your race and your gender cannot, but your religion and a political party can change. But the judge should still put it into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman D. Stewart. Now we will open up the floor to discussion. Please rise if you have anything to add. Assemblyman Morial. Assemblyman Stewart, you may answer.
A hate crime is when someone says something rude about you, like if said something rude about you about your race or your religion, or that's what it's, hate or religion, and we're adding, the amendment is to add that they could say something rude about you, about your political party. Thank you.
Assemblyman Zamorano.
To my colleague, Mr. Stewart, what does saying something rude mean? Like, what classifies as rude?
Assemblyman Drew Stewart, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, sir. Assemblyman Drew Stewart. A hate crime is like if I said something rude about how you're white and that person's black, and like they're better.
I don't think you understand my question, Assemblyman Stewart. I'm asking, what does saying something rude mean? Not a hate crime, but you're using the term rude to describe a hate crime. What does rude mean to you?
Saying something that could be considered hurtful.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further debate? The body has heard testimony on bill number AB 1535. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The nays have it. The bill fails. Your bill. No, we keep it. Well, for the sake of time, we're going to move forward. Maybe later. Sorry. Would Assemblywoman C. Renteria please move to support SB 1175 and the opposition rise? I move to approve SB, whatever number it is.
Yeah, doing great. Senate Bill 1175 applies to government code relating to state government, and offered by Ms. Renteria.
Assemblywoman Renteria, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblywoman Renteria. I move to approve Assembly Bill number AB number 1175. It states that Purple Heart recipients should have their own designated parking spots. I think this bill should be passed because Purple Heart recipients are veterans that have been wounded in war, and wounded can mean anything. It can mean losing a limb or being shot. It doesn't always have to be visible. If a veteran has been shot and that wound can cause permanent problems to their breathing or just really anything. And I believe that they should have their own parking spots everywhere, because if they have to park all the way at the end of a parking lot, because parking lots are usually full, then they would have a hard time getting to the front, walking all that way if they have respiratory issues because of inhaling mustard gas during war and all that. And also, the least we can do, this is the least we can do to show our respect and honor towards them. Yeah, I believe that they deserve priority parking, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Renteria. The opposition has 1 minute each. Assemblyman Hasty, you may proceed.
Thank you, Assemblyman Hasty. I'm in opposition of this bill because I believe that we shouldn't have to make our disabled veterans order and obtain a specialized Purple Heart license plate to have to park in these parking spaces. But I believe that they should be able to, as long as they can prove that they are a Purple Heart receiver. Please allocate the rest of my time to my colleague.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assemblywoman Renteria. I am in opposition of this bill because, first of all, there's already handicap parking available. We could make it for instead veterans to be able to qualify for handicap parking, as they are already plenty around the parking lots. And it would also, to make more Purple Heart parking spots, it would imply that we need more money for buying extra parking spots, signs, and paint, which would probably raise the taxes to get the funds. And as my colleague said, it will also, as I get the point of this bill to honor veterans, I feel like making them go through the whole process to get a Purple Heart license plate is just too much, as it would like cost money for them, their time, and more work for them. As I get that we want to honor them, but if this bill wants to be passed, there should be an easier way to obtain a Purple Heart license plate. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Renteria. Right? Yeah. Is there any discussion on the bill? Assemblywoman Zabo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Sabo. For Mrs. Renteria, what do you have to do to earn a Purple Heart?
You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assemblywoman Renteria. Through you to the body. To get a Purple Heart, you have to have been wounded in war. Yeah, thank you.
Assemblyman Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Assemblyman Drew Stewart here. Through you to Mrs. Renteria in support. Why wouldn't they be able to just file for handicap instead of, why would they not just file for handicap?
You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assemblywoman Renteria. Through you to the body. A regular veteran that has been wounded cannot do handicap because it's not always visible. Like I said, it could be a problem with respiratory issues. They don't always have a visible or permanent wound. Thank you.
Assemblyman Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna, through you to my Ms. Renteria in support. Why is it only Purple Heart recipients? Why not any other medals of rewards or whatever?
Assemblyman Renteria, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assemblywoman Renteria. It's only Purple Heart recipients because that's just what's stated in the bill. And they're wounded. So I don't see why any others, well, I do, but they have the priority is basically what I'm saying. Thank you.
Assemblyman Chow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Chaw, through you to Ms. Renteria over here. You stated that to receive a Purple Heart, the veteran must be wounded, but then after that, you said that if they're internally struggling through like respiratory issues, that's not really a wound. So can you explain that, please?
You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assemblywoman Renteria. It's a permanent thing. When I say respiratory, I mean for the rest of their lives, their lungs have been permanently damaged. I would consider that a wound. Thank you.
Assemblyman Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assemblyman Moreno. For you to my esteemed colleague, Ms. Renteria. I would like to ask, since she said that Purple Heart members, people that have been wounded in war, can you still qualify for a Purple Heart if you are wounded in another armed conflict that was not an official declaration of war?
Assemblyman Renteria, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblywoman Renteria. I don't really have an answer to that, but I would assume no.
Assemblyman Hasty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hasty. Through you to Mr. Moreno, it is people that are wounded in combat that will receive a Purple Heart, and also through you to my esteemed colleague over here. I believe a respiratory issue in California would consider you to have a handicap license plate / sticker.
Assemblyman Morial.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Morial, I call the question.
The question has been called. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The call to question passes. We will now move to a vote. All those in favor of SB 1175, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Sorry. That's fair. All those in favor of SB 1175, please rise. All those opposed, please rise. The bill passes. Point of order. I was out of order and I forgot your rebuttal. I'm sorry. I would like to say formally sorry for missing your rebuttal. Assemblyman Hagberg. You can only move to suspend the rules one at a time. Please wait for your second suspension. So seconding to support the suspension of the rules to make it so we do not need to second moving to approve bills. All those in, well, is there any discussion? Oh yeah, sorry, I'm sorry, it's not an appeal. I'm out of order. All those in favor of the appeal, the changing of the rules, please say aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. We're going to keep moving. Assembly Bill AB 1631, presented by E. Morales. Are you ready to present your bill? Okay, would the opposition and the support please rise? You still have to move to approve. You just don't need a second.
Assembly Bill 1631, introduced by Assemblymember E. Morales, is an act to alter the education code related to kindergarten.
Good morning, fellow Assembly members. I'm here today to support Bill 1631, regarding the enforcement of Californian students completing a full year of kindergarten before advancing to first grade. It has been recorded that over 95% of Californian students are enrolled in kinder at the age of 6. The remaining 5% of those students have all tested very low test scores, and those are the students that are not enrolled. Many children have suffered from this issue where kindergarten is the whole point of kindergarten is to prepare you for the following grade. That is helping you with your foundational skills, such as reading, writing, social skills. Those are all very crucial for us in this world, of course.
especially in your academic careers. Now, I am one of these unfortunate students. At the age of 4, I started pre-K, which is pre-kinder, and my teacher had told my parents, hey, your daughter is great at reading. She reads faster than all the kids in her class. Let's move her over. My parents, as being their first child, were a little naive to the situation, and they said, oh, sounds great, let's jump her over. Not acknowledging the fact that I was still struggling in other areas, such as social skills, math. Those were all very important for everyone. So, as I started first grade, I found myself struggling to catch up with all the other kids. That gave me all of these learning gaps throughout my years. This bill is trying to stop all of the learning gaps for these children that do not get those foundational skills at the time they're supposed to. Now, there is some exceptions to this bill. If the school says that these students meet the proper requirements to advance to the following year, and the parents agree, then it will be acceptable.
That's your time.
Thank you.
The opposition may now speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Sabo, I have 2 arguments against this bill. The first one is that some people have no access to kindergartens, whether because of financial or time or other difficulties, and because of this, they aren't able to get to these kindergartens when, if they are forced to have to go to kindergartens to attend a first grade public school, then it just harms people who have no time, have no money, and other difficulties. My other argument is that this bill does not provide any financial help to these people who have these difficulties. When these people who have these financial difficulties try to get their kids in first grade, but they weren't able to get to kindergarten, then they are denied access to first grade, which is detrimental to our society. And what I present instead is an alternative. Now, this isn't a bill, obviously, but my alternative is, instead of forcing people to go to kindergarten to attend public school first grade, instead we should educate people on the benefits of kindergarten. Educating people has a much better success rate than just forcing people to do things, because forcing people to do things forms resentment, and that is not good. And because we want everyone to be free—
Assemblywoman, that is your time. Assemblyman Jakes, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Jakes. Also, everything you learn in kindergarten, you do learn at the beginning of first grade. So that's all I have. I also completely remember what I have.
Okay. You now will have a 30-second rebuttal.
Thank you all for your debates, but I would like to mention that kindergarten is not something that would be forced or that would be negatively impacting the community or the people and their children. This is more of a push to lead parents to the right way and to support the students as best as we can.
We will now open the floor to discussion. Assemblyman Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna. Through you to my esteemed colleague, I wanted to ask, isn't it still the parent's decision on what level of education the child takes and what course that is?
Yes.
Please, Assemblywoman Morales, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblymember Luna, yes, it is still the parents' decision whether they put their child into a public school, charter school, or private school. Although in California with this bill, this would just have the regulation set for making their children attend kindergarten, not because it would impact them financially, because it's up to them which route they want their children to go, but this is definitely an important cause for them. Thank you.
Assemblywoman England.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman England, I have a question through you to my esteemed colleague. How would this apply to homeschoolers? So would homeschool kids be forced to go attend like a public kindergarten, or would their parents be able to educate them at home?
You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to my esteemed colleague. No, this would not require them to go to a public school. It is just the curriculum of a normal kindergarten lesson that would be enforced. Depending on whether that is public, private, charter, homeschooled, that is completely up to the parents' decision because this is their child. They are legal guardians to them, so they have all right to decide that.
Assemblywoman Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Morales, through you to my colleague, do you believe all children who skip kindergarten would have a crucial learning gap like you stated yourself?
You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleague Morales. I'm not saying that they would all have the same impact as the rest of their colleagues that did not attend kinder. My situation was a little bit different than my other colleagues, but it does still have its own negative impacts in learning, in test scores, which are tested, and it's definitely not a good cause for these children to be missing out on these fundamental learning. But thank you for your question.
For the sake of time, we will now move to a vote. All those in favor of Assembly Bill 1631, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All those in favor of the bill, please rise. Yeah, I will. I gotta count. All those in opposition, please rise. Ayes have it, the bill passes. Point of information, you cannot call division until I say like the ayes have it or the nays have it. You can't call division until then, and you have to call it before I hit the gavel. Okay, we will now be moving forward to Assembly Bill 3026, presented by Assemblywoman Seeley.
Assembly Bill 3026, introduced by Assemblymember Seeley, is an act related to firearms.
Assemblywoman Seeley, you may now you have to move to approve your bill.
I
and then you may
move
speak.
to approve Bill AB 3026.
You may now present the case.
The reason I think we should support this bill is because it creates a safer environment for those who want to have concealed carry license. People with concealed carry license, citizens with concealed carry license, it helps cause 60,000 to 2.5 million crimes. And this is also, the bill also states that the people have to go through classes and have to be of good moral character to be approved for a license, meaning that people who would be unsafe with a license would not be able to have one. The Second Amendment does talk about our gun rights, and it states that being, quote, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, end quote. Some may argue making us have a license would be infringing our right to have a concealed carry. That's not how it is, because everyone has the opportunity to have a license, but those who are not gonna use it for safety do not have the opportunity to have one, which it does say for the security of a free state. It does express our rights as Americans and shows good citizenship. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Seeley. The opposition now will have 1 minute each. Assemblywoman Murphy, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allowing individuals access to a firearm could very well lead to an endangerment of public safety. Regardless of the fact if they had good moral character, that does not prohibit them from committing crimes later with this lethal weapon that you are allowing them access to. Thank you.
Assemblyman Stewart, you may now speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Assemblyman Drew Stewart here. Because this law makes it so that local departments have to administer these licenses to the citizens, it puts unwanted and unneeded stress on the government in that area. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Seeley, you may now have a rebuttal.
Thank you. So, you were saying that people could get hurt by this law, or this bill, correct? So if people were gonna break, say they're gonna go crazy, and after they have their license, they go crazy with their gun. Well, they clearly don't already want to follow the law, so why would they follow it without a concealed carry license?
That is your time. We will now open the floor to discussion. Assemblyman Shaw. You may proceed. Assemblyman Luna. You're loud.
I would like to state that individuals with this concealed carry license can also save lives by having access to a firearm in case there is a shootout from a dangerous criminal individual. This can save many lives.
Assemblyman, either of the assemblymen may respond.
It doesn't matter one way or another. There is still an endangerment to public safety, so even if some people choose to do good things, obviously there are others who would choose to commit crimes, and that's just a balance we have to keep in mind, and I think it'd be safer for the general public if guns were restricted.
Thank you. Assemblyman Zamorano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assemblyman Zamorano. Assemblyman Murphy. So you said that since some people commit crimes with guns that we should restrict guns, but some people do hit and runs and kill people with cars. Do you think we should restrict cars and have to get licenses just to buy a car, or quads, or four-wheelers, or anything like that?
The opposition may respond.
Cars are used for driving, guns are used for shooting people, so I think that they should still be illegal or restricted.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Zamorano.
I would like to add on to what Assemblyman Zamorano said, and that guns are not used for only shooting people in a harmful way. It is also used for self-defense, and cars hurt people a ton, and so do guns, so I don't think that's a valid argument. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Assemblyman Heastie.
I called a question.
We have the question has been called. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. We will now move to voting. All those in favor of AB 3026, please say aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. The bill passes. Assemblyman Morial. Yes, we will be limiting all debates to 2 minutes. That Point of order, I think it is. Point of order, when responding or asking questions, you still must address the chair. Assembly, we will now move to Bill SB 320. Will my pro temp Assemblywoman Seeley please come up? I am in the opposition. Still want to be present.
Yes. Mrs. Rectorina, you may go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to move to order bill number 320.
Thank you. You may proceed.
SB 320, introduced by Assemblymember V. Renteria, is an act related to the Education Code, relating to public health, and making an appropriation therefore.
Thank you. So I would like to move to approve this bill because it would allow for accessibility for reproductive healthcare for college students by allowing California public universities, their health centers, to provide abortion by medication techniques which are extremely safe, highly effective, and cost efficient. As some may disagree, the baby may have a heartbeat, but it doesn't have a heartbeat at 3 weeks. So this medication is up to 10 weeks. So as early as possible, it could be taken the second or the first week. And also it would allow college students, as they're really busy, as they have finals, homework, classes, it would allow them to go and get it easily. It could be given like an over-the-counter medication, like any other medication. So it would allow for a safe and not highly damageable uterus like complication. Thank you.
Point of information. Do I get both the minutes because I'm the only opposition?
Yes.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Assemblyman Hagberg, I am here in opposition to SB 320. Simply because abortion, all forms are murder. It's murder. Because we do not need to be promoting murder on public universities. People need time to think about things like this. This is a very big, life-changing decision. Having an immediate source is not healthy. They should, even just the drive can make them reconsider a life that they're taking. So I don't think they should be campaigning for murder on school campuses. This would allow for it to be on school campuses. And I don't think that's right. In addition, this is not healthcare. This is just straight up murder. You're not helping with healthcare at all. 3 to 5 weeks of the fetus, which is the Latin word for unborn human. Unborn, it's not human, unborn creature. It's still a living thing. 3 to 5 weeks, it has a heartbeat already. So that's already something with a unique fingerprints by 10 weeks and heartbeat. So why are we trying to murder it? Conception is the beginning of life. So this is like a human rights issue being masked by under reproductive rights issue. We gotta stand for our preborn neighbors because they are people, Americans, and made in God's image. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the bill? Mrs.
Point of order.
Rebuttal, sorry.
as I do agree that it could be a quick decision, as they provide health centers, there's also counseling, and there's like where they could seek for advice, and also they're 18, they could take their own decisions, and also, like you said, if we provide abortion by medication on college campuses, they could get it as like 1 week or 2 of finding out, which it would be before the like fetus has a heartbeat. So as you do point out that it would be like individual, but you called it a creature and not a baby before the 3 weeks. So it would also allow for college students to finish their degrees that they want and not allow stop for their futures. And it would also allow for them, because it's their decision, the baby's in their body, you know, woman's body, woman's choice. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the bill? Assemblywoman England.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Assemblywoman England, I have a question for you to my esteemed colleague. I'm sure you are aware that there are college students who are either like 16 or 17 years old. So since they are not like legal adults, would they have access to this health care without parental consent? Like would there have to be parental consent involved since they are making major changes to their body as a minor?
As that is a good point you bring up, they could, well, college students could either be independents too. They could not. It could be their choice to consent with their parents. It depends on the strictness of their parent. If their parent needs to sign something for them, I guess they would have to provide, because parents have to sign like forms to provide over-the-counter medication, as this would be counted as healthcare, reproductive healthcare. So yes, parents would be involved in signing and approving this.
Thank you. Mr. Luna.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Assemblyman Luna, through you to my esteemed colleague on the support. My question to you is, you're talking a lot about how they have the decision to take this bill, but in the first case, don't they have the decision to get pregnant in the first place? Like, it is their decision in like 99.9% of scenarios.
I do agree that it could be their decision, as college students are reckless and they like to party a lot. But also, if they like to do that choice, I guess they could also have the choice if they want to have a future and not have them getting pregnant like affect their future. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Retterino.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Assemblywoman Renteria, through you to my colleague, I just wanted to make a comment that no matter how old you are, murder is never the right or a good choice to make. Thank you.
Thank you.
As I said before, it's not considered murder because they could get it as like early as 2 weeks, which is before it's considered a baby. It would be considered a clump of cells or a fetus, so it would not be murder.
Thank you. Assemblyman Hagberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assemblyman Hagberg, for patriots of the constitutionalists before calling on a single patriot, but whatever. I would like to point out to my very esteemed colleague up there, the other Mr. Hagberg, and to other members of the assembly who have mentioned it, we are not discussing abortion currently. You guys can have your own opinions on abortion, on whether you support it or not, but this bill isn't about abortion itself, and making it about abortion just shows your pro-life, what is it called? Your pro-life bias, but that is not what we are talking about. We are talking about this one specific bit of healthcare in college campuses. So if you could keep it relevant and keep your personal beliefs out of the session, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chaw, please sit down.
Point of,
Ms. Morales, you may.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker Seeley. I would like to speak to my Assemblywoman Renteria. Do you not believe that humans make bad decisions?
I do believe humans make bad decisions, especially college students, as they're in the mindset of just living their college life and the college experience.
Right, and through those bad decisions, there are consequences, correct? Because a reaction has an equal or opposite reaction. So, if these students, adults, as they may be considered, if they have a child together out of whatever decision they may have, responsible for that decision?
They could be held responsible if that's what their conscience tells them. There's some that don't believe that, and they could just think in themselves and their future, and they would not want their future to be stopped by just having a child. So it would just be up to them, and also the counseling that they're receiving. And it would also, if there's a solution to the consequence, wouldn't you go with that to get out of the consequence of what you've created?
Yes, I believe there is a certain degree of where you would want to, but for the gratitude of this situation, I think it's important to learn from this. Thank you.
Thank you, and now we'll move to a vote. All in favor of bill number 320, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. The nays have it.
Assemblywoman Renteria, will you please bring forth your bill? Will you bring your bill up to the front, please? What happened here? Please wait to be addressed by the speaker. Yes, you may use the restroom. Yes. Will Assemblyman Jakes please come up to present AB 1783?
Mr. Jakes, may I have your bill?
Assemblyman Stewart. Well, that is out of order because that is not a point of order. That's a point of information. But to answer the question, you do not need to be called on for a point of order or a division or to appeal the decision of the chair. Assemblywoman England. Proceed. Assemblyman Moriel. Okay. Assemblyman Hagberg. It has been moved and seconded. We will move to a vote. All those in favor of suspending the rules, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Assemblywoman Jakes. You may. Where is the opposition for Assemblyman Jakes' bill?
Assembly Bill 1783 is an act dealing with the Revenue and Taxation Code related to vehicle miles.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Jakes. The purpose of this bill is to stop taxation on driving cars because nobody would want to pay extra money to drive the car. You're already paying for insurance, gas, all that kinds of stuff, mechanical work. So that's all I have.
Is that all? Assemblywoman Stevens, in opposition, you get 1 minute.
I yield my time to my colleague.
Assemblywoman Hager, you may proceed.
I'm here in opposition of Bill AB 1783. Assembly Bill number 1783 states this bill would prohibit a state agency from expending funds for the study, planning, testing, design, implementation, administration, or evaluation of a tax, fee, assessment, or charge based on vehicle miles traveled, meaning we are preventing the state from spending money to study, plan, or implement a future vehicle miles traveled tax. Supporting this bill would mean not supporting a future VMT tax. This bill also states, existing law also prohibits a city and county form imposing certain taxes such as tax upon income. This bill would prohibit a city, county, or any political subdivision thereof from imposing a tax, fee, assessment, or charge that is calculated in whole or in part based on the number of miles traveled by a motor vehicle. The bill would not prohibit the collection of tolls for the use of specific facilities as provided. The bill would provide that any existing program, pilot program, regulation, or administration action is inconsistent with this prohibition.
That is your time. Sorry. You now have a 30-second rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Jakes, through you to Ms. Hagberg, are you saying that you would like...
You cannot go to the opposition. I'm sorry.
Oh. All right, and I'm done.
Is there any discussion on this topic? We will now move to a vote. All those in favor of... I keep losing my schedule. All those in favor of AB 1783, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Did someone say aye? All those in favor, please rise. All those opposed? The nays have it, the bill fails. What? It was like 18 to 10, but okay. They were gone. That we may discuss appealing the decision of the chair. Mr. Zamorano, you're loud enough to speak. The whole assembly can hear you. It is the majority anyway. No, use it.
Sorry. Yeah, like it's 18 to 10. I don't think 8 people were gone.
Point of information: there are only 35 people in the assembly. 18 is a majority, even if all members are present. So the bill would have failed either way. Now we will move to appeal the decision of the chair. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, nay. The nays have it. We will now move forward to present SB 934 by Jay Cha. Assemblywoman Hagberg, you may use the restroom. Would the opposition please rise?
Assembly Bill 934, introduced by Assemblymember Cha, is an act related to the Code of Civil Procedure relating to sexual orientation or gender identity change efforts.
Assemblyman Cha, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Cha. I move to approve Senate Bill number 934. And then we are, to be clear, we're discussing an amendment. And the topic of this amendment is to amend sexual orientation or gender identities. And I believe that children that are part of the LGBTQ plus community should be able to freely express their ideas, and they should not be forced by their parents or other outside forces to go to healthcare, and for the healthcare providers to force them into changing. So I believe that the only way to actually enforce this is to scare the healthcare providers into giving the family the power to sue. So children that are 18 and under and that have been affected by healthcare providers should be able to, should have a suing period up to 22 years, and that adults that were also affected by this bill, by the healthcare providers, should have 10 years to sue, and 5 years if you find out later in the future that you were affected by the healthcare providers. And studies show that children that were forced to change their ideas later in the future have increased chances of depression, suicide, loneliness, and other really bad things. So I believe that kids that are part of the LGBTQ community should be able to freely express their ideas and not have any outside forces trying to force them to change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Assemblyman Cha. Assemblyman Stewart, you may now have 1 minute opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Stewart. So first of all, I actually affirm different parts of this bill because, yes, I believe it is not okay for a therapist to influence a sexual orientation change. However, if this bill passes, you will actually be able to prosecute a therapist for saying anything they want, because you cannot prove the intent of the therapist. Because in order to prosecute, this bill requires you have to prove what the therapist was seeking to do, and you cannot prove what someone was seeking to do, because you cannot prove intent, and there is no way to tell whether or not a therapist was intending to change the sexual orientation of the minor. So if this bill passes, there will be no way to prosecute therapists who actually intend to change the sexual orientation, because you cannot prove intent. And if it does pass, then either the therapist will not be able to essentially say anything to the children if they're a counselor to them, or they will be able to prosecute them without any charges, and the therapist will not be able to defend themselves. For example,
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That's time. Assemblywoman Parker, you're up.
I would like to give my time to my colleague.
What? You would like to give up your time? Okay, Assemblyman Stewart, you may go.
Continuing on with what I was saying, for example, if there was a student who had a Christian counselor at a camp, and they said, "Oh, I love my dad and I love giving him hugs," and the counselor said, "Okay, I think that's great. I love that you give your dad hugs." If the parent heard about that and they say, "Okay, I have a bias against this therapist anyway. I want to sue them because I can say whatever I want to prove that they're seeking to change the sexual orientation change effort of my child, just because I don't like them."
Assemblyman Cha, you will now have 30 seconds in rebuttal.
Well, my better argument is that kids that were unlawfully forced by healthcare providers to change from the LGBTQ plus community should be able to sue and prosecute the healthcare provider later in the future. And talking about dad's hugs, that doesn't really make any sense, and I could care less about what Mr. Stewart over here has to say. And it's actually proven that if you're forced to change from whatever your identity was, it causes psychological injury and illness later in the future. So I believe that everyone should stand in
That is
agreement
time,
of this
sir.
bill.
We will now move to discussion. Assemblyman Luna. Address your questions to the chair, please. You just say it to me while you're talking. You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Shaw, through you to my colleague, Mr. Luna. I'm talking about when the healthcare provider unlawfully forces them to change from the LGBTQ plus community. Thank you.
Assemblyman Stewart. Do you use the bathroom? Yeah, get lost. We have time for one more. Assemblyman Memorial.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Morial. I had a question about the bill. So hypothetically, say if a healthcare provider gave some healthcare to a child, and because of that healthcare, the child died, and 5 years later, the parents discovered that it was because of the healthcare provider's bad work. Would that be? Would the parents be able to sue that healthcare provider? And I would like to say that the supreme dictator is coming out of Mr. Cha. Thank you.
For the sake of time, we're going to move forward. You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Shaw, through you to my colleague, Mr. Morial. You said
Please still address the chair.
Okay.
Speaking.
He said hypothetical decisions. I only care about facts. I could care less about hypothetical decisions. So I believe that was completely useless. Thank you.
Okay, we will now move to a vote. All those in favor of this bill, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. I have to, the nays have it, but, okay, division, all those in favor, please rise. 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion fails. AB 1667 will now be presented. Would the opposition and the support please come up? Point of personal privilege, you may use the restroom. Okay. Point of information, you do not need to wait to make a point of personal privilege.
Can I make this suspend rule that they can just leave? Yeah. Can I make that motion? No, you can just rule it.
Okay. The speaker has ruled that if you need to use the restroom, you may just leave. You do not need to be called on. Assemblyman Luna, you will have 2 minutes to present your bill. You may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to approve Bill number 1667. The core changes of this amendment focus on how the sale or distribution of fentanyl to minors is classified under California's serious felony list, which implies much harsher sentencing rules, including 3-strike implications. The amendment to this bill discusses a change from how it will be moved from a general felony to classified as a serious felony. This bill must be passed to ensure that the harsher punishments are dealt out to those who are purposely and intently distributing and giving these substances to our younger generation, who would need parental consent. This would negate the ability for plea bargaining and for giving an easier way out for offenders of multiple occasions. It is easy for predators to spread and hand out fentanyl to unknowing and innocent minors. And this bill needs to be passed to enforce harsher punishments in order to prevent these predators from feeling as if they can get away unaffected, because it is hurting our local communities, along with taking and ruining lives. While individuals may argue that this is yet another useless initiative in the war on drugs, fentanyl is different from other drugs as its potency makes it far more dangerous in a sense that a minuscule amount is enough to shut down and kill the body. This is a narrow precision targeted safety measure. It does not penalize casual drug users or sellers in possession. It exclusively targets individuals knowingly distributing the harmful substance of fentanyl to unknowing minors. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Luna. Assemblyman Larson, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Larson. I do agree that providing fentanyl to a minor can have serious consequences, but I think that there could be a different way about going at this. So this bill, instead of like adding new, or I'd say that we should, instead of adding new sentencing, we should prioritize enforcing existing laws, investing in prevention, education, and treatment to this problem, instead of focusing so much on like punishments. We should focus on just like treatment, education, and the prevention of the fentanyl. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Larson. Assemblyman Hagberg, you may proceed.
Hey, what's up? Okay, I'm gonna go really
Please
quick.
address the speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblyman Hegberg. Although my very esteemed, very highly esteemed and good-looking opposition does bring up a good point, I have other good points to mention. Number one, this bill ends in 6, number after 6, so I mean, that's not good. And then secondly, he said a lot of corporate jargon and a bunch of politics stuff just to say all this is really doing is changing, giving fentanyl to a kids from a normal
That's your
felony
time.
to a, what? That's my time?
Oh, wait. No, you got a few more seconds, sorry.
What? Okay.
I misread it.
It
I'm sorry.
changes from a normal felony to a serious felony, which makes it so that you have to stay in prison for 5 more years. And the problem is we should be focusing more on drug prevention rather
that's
than
your time.
punishing harder.
Sorry, sir. You now have a 30-second rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna. To both of the opposition, this would be for multi-offense offenders. So basically, if you do it once, you can plea bargain and get away with it. But if you do it after that, you're knowingly committing to giving drugs to fentanyl, I believe, and that means that you need a longer servitude to pay for those crimes, because you're doing it knowingly and you're willingly doing it. Like, one time it can be a mistake. It can just be a little mistake. And to what you said, the war on drugs, fentanyl is coming across the border. We can't stop that.
Assemblyman, that's your
until
time.
it's here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We will now open the floor to discussion. Assemblyman Stewart.
Assemblyman Stewart, I would just like to state that in past years, we've allowed assembly members to finish their sentence or their thought, even if they are cut off by their time. Can we reinstate that?
Agreed.
Point of orders can't be seconded, but we will reinstate that. Yes. Do we have anyone on the floor who would like to make a discussion? Assemblyman Hagberg.
I would like to request to be able to say a few more sentences because unfortunately there was an administration error with my time which cut off important seconds to me
Man,
that I
that
will
sucks.
never get back.
Assemblyman Hagberg, you get 2 non-run-on sentences. You are wasting our time. We now will move forward to a vote.
So,
all those in favor, please say aye. Oh, wait. All those in favor of passing this bill, please say aye. All those opposed? Then, oh my. I'm just going to make you guys stand from now on. All those in favor, please rise. feel like one side's louder. I know, they're really. That's I need it. 12, 16, 18. The motion passes. Will the opposition and support for SB... please, that is out of order. Please take your seat and do not discuss Assemblyman Luna and Hagberg. Would the opposition and support of SB 1100 please come forth? Assemblyman Morial. Huh? No, you're just standing now. You guys have proven that you're not responsible enough to use your voice, so you're going to stand. Okay, now we will move forward. With the support, you may speak. Please move to present your bill and then present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Hagberg. I move to approve Senate Bill 1100.
Senate Bill number 1100, an act presented by Assemblymember G. Hagberg, an act to amend section 27510 and 29182 of the Penal Code relating to firearms.
You may speak. Please address the speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Hagberg. This bill is to raise the age restriction to purchase a firearm from 18 to 21, including handguns and long guns. As found by the CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, that gun violence also contributes to racial and socioeconomic inequality and safety. In 2021, nationwide, the parents of a black son, 13 to 19 years of age, were more likely to lose their child to gun homicide than every other cause of death nationwide. The human brain does not fully develop until 25 years of age. So, stricter age restrictions argue that purchasing firearms under 21 years of age would be dangerous because it is their first couple years of newfound freedom where they make mistakes and learn from them. Not only not making small mistakes, but also large ones. So if an 18 to 21-year-old that has mental issues and owns and has purchased a gun goes through a depressive episode, may make a major mistake like a mass shooting or a homicide using a firearm. So this bill will make it so that individuals over 21 can only over 21 can purchase a gun, not anything younger.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Hagberg. Assemblywoman Pope, you will have 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Pope. My main point is that why can you be drafted for war at 18 and fight with firearms, but you yourself could not own a firearm? Thank you.
Assemblyman Ryzenko, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Ryzenko. To bring up a point, say you're 19 years old and you're allowed to rent. And so you go and rent an apartment, and say a few months later, after you have already signed your lease and moved in, a burglar breaks in with a gun, which is, by the way, illegal, and then is going to attack you without you having a firearm. Why are you allowed to have an apartment and live independently without a firearm? A firearm is a privilege according to the Second Amendment. And also, with mental health issues, there are already numerous background checks and mental health evaluations required to purchase a firearm. Therefore, raising the minimum age requirement would not address the issue of mental health. That would be a public health issue, not a public safety issue. Thank you.
Okay, that is time. We will now move to a 30-second rebuttal. Assemblywoman Hagberg, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Hagberg. I would like to point out, why can you not drink unless you're 21? Why can't you rent a car until you're 26? Because there's specific laws that help prevent major incidents from happening with those laws. Also, there are multiple other ways to help save yourself or help defend yourself than a gun. There's multiple other ways. Also, most apartment complexes have security.
Okay, that is time. We will now move to discussion. Assemblyman Cha, you may speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Cha. I stand in strong opposition of this bill just because if you said that the brain only fully develops until you're 25 years old and you can drink when you're 21 years old, I believe that if you drink, drinking also causes you to stumble sometimes, you know? So if you're raising the age to own a firearm until you're 21 and drinking is also 21, then doesn't it kind of contradict itself? Thank you.
Assemblyman Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna, through you to my esteemed colleague on the support. You said that there's many ways to defend yourself if someone breaks in, that most apartment complexes have security. Well, if it's just your own residential house or like a townhouse, there's no security there. And what's a knife gonna do against a crackhead trying to take all your money and stuff? Like, sorry, just being realistic. Like, a knife is not gonna stop a gun. It's a Second Amendment right to have a gun to defend yourself. It's what our founding fathers intended for this great country.
Assemblywoman Hagberg, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Hagberg. Not all burglaries.
Speak to the chair, please.
Through you to my colleague, not all burglaries happen with a firearm. Some happen with nothing or with knives, which you could potentially defend yourself with hand-to-hand combat or a knife.
We will now move to a vote. For the sake of time, all those in favor, please rise. The bill fails. Would the support and opposition of AB 665 presented by Assemblywoman Jakes please come forward? What? No, we still have 665. Is Miss Jakes still here? Yeah. Oh, I am so sorry. I had it underlined and I thought I crossed it out. 2989 by G. Morales. Would the opposition and the support please come forward? Assemblyman Cha, please take your seat, unless you are the opposition. Also, sorry, you keep pretending to be whip. Would the assembly party leaders, if you change your whip, please stand up and make it known to the speaker before you change it. Don't want to keep getting mad at random people. We are actually going to table this until Assemblyman Dylan Pope may return to the assembly. I'm sorry, Ms. Morales and Mr. Cha, would you please take a seat? Now, AB 665, would the supporters in opposition to AB 665 please come forward? Assemblywoman Morales. The motion has been moved and seconded. I don't think we need to vote. We will now move to a 5-minute recess.
pro temp for my bill? No. Yeah? What? He's my twin. Twin priority.
I've never been wait, I was.
One time.
I passed the bill. Eli. I passed the bill. Eli. In the start, like, did you know I was trying to make it?
Yeah, I'm not stupid. And you're gonna do it around 12 or 13 too.
I'm not. I swear I will. If I'm genuine, it's probably gonna be because I want recess. I swear.
What's up? No, because I'm not gonna do something like that for Sawyer again. That was just because it was like kind of tense and I wanted to lighten it up, you know. And I really did make a mistake. Like I thought he was done with time. I looked at the clock wrong. No, you may not. If you ask again, then you will be out of order. As a minority. Thank you for the mic stands. We were needing. Well, we need someone, like, we need this backup mic. I think that would be better. If you need to use it, we could always we could vacate the chair of the microphone. and turn it down. Start this back up. So, I would like. I'll ask, should we reconvene? Or should I ask her? So reconvene real quick? Everyone, I'll ask that you go back to your seats. We are about to reconvene. Sit down, Drew. Hi, what's up? Oh, no. I reworked. Patricia. No. Shut up, Patricia. I might be the speaker, but it's the Starbucks Frappuccino that gets me through my day. Take a seat. Take a seat, young Skywalker. Even you. Yeah, well, I'll call you. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Mr. Zamorano, you're fine. We're waiting for Dylan. Call to order. We will now reconvene the session. Assembly Bill AB. Assembly Bill 665. Did we already? Did you say the bill? I think you need to. Do you need to move to approve the bill real quick?
Oh, sorry. I move to approve Bill AB 665.
Yeah.
Okay. Assembly Bill 665, offered by Assemblymember S. Jakes, is an act to amend the Family Code relating to minor.
Assemblywoman Jakes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Jakes. Bill 665 is allowing kids of 12 and up to request medical help for any and all reasons that they deem appropriate. The purpose of this bill is to aid kids 12 and up in getting mental help or a stable living situation without the parents' consent. From youthlaw.org, there was a couple quotes from some kids who have used this, and one said that they were lucky to have this support, that if this bill was passed,
Continue, sorry.
That if this bill was passed, the youth can use it to gain short or long-term support. Another one said that having Bill 665 is really important for their safety. Again, this bill allows kids 12 and up who cannot afford private insurance to have access to the medical care that they need, just as teens who have private insurance do. This is an issue of equality. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Jakes. Assemblyman Zamorano, you will have 1 minute in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Zamorano. I stand in firm opposition to this bill for multiple reasons. Number one, I'm just going to get straight to the point. Mental health specialists actually say that medical care, mental health care, anything that has to do with children is most effective when the family unit is involved in working together to solve whatever problem the child might think they have or actually have. Number two, my colleague, Ms. Jake, said that this is used for children that don't have private insurance. This is actually only for, in the bill it says this actually is only for people with private insurance, and it won't be covered by the insurance. The family will still have to pay for it. So if you're a parent and your child needs a surgery that they believe, like transgender surgery, you have to pay for that out of pocket, even though you have medical insurance, and you might not consent to it. So you would have to pay for a surgery for your child you don't consent to, and you're paying for insurance too. Another thing is, this bill uses very ambiguous
Please
language.
finish your thought. You're out of time. Assemblywoman Renteria, you are up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblywoman Renteria, I'd like to give 10 seconds of my time to my colleague.
Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Zamorano. You've lost 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Zamorano. Like I was saying, this bill uses very up-in-the-air language. Like, the only minors that can participate are mature enough to participate intelligently. Who knows what that means? Not me, and I don't think any of you do either.
That's 10 seconds.
Okay, yeah, that's all I was gonna say.
Okay, Miss Renteria or Renteria? How do you want?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblywoman Renteria, I am in strong opposition of this bill because I believe that parents have the right to know what their kids are doing, especially when it comes to things like this, because this bill obviously states heavily transgender minors, and if a child is to get hormones without the parents' consent, I just believe that's a horrible thing, because that's a life, it affects the rest of your life permanently. It also states in the bill that the child has to have mental maturity, which I don't know how you can see how their mental maturity is. The taxes would also go up because of the assistance provided, because they provide extra assistance.
Please
And-
finish your thought. Your time is up.
Can I finish that
Just
thought?
finish your thought.
And their assistants are, they're interns. Yeah, and it's just new people that don't have experience and may cause more harm than good to these children. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Assemblywoman Jakes, you have 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Jakes. I would like to respond to my colleague, Ms. Renteria. She said that they have to have the mental maturity and that it takes away the parents' rights. First of all, their minds do not have to be fully mature to be able to tell when they are being abused. Second of all, if the parents is the abuser, they certainly should not have the right to know where their child is going, as they can restrain them. I don't really have a response to forgot his last name? That guy, yeah. So that is all I have to say.
That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now open the floor to discussion. Assemblyman Heasty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hasty, through you, Mr. Speaker, to my esteemed colleague, what qualifies a 12-year-old to have the mental maturity to decide their gender?
Assemblywoman Jakes, you may respond.
I don't really have.
Please
an
address
answer.
the speaker.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to respond, but I don't really have an answer to that. As how I understood the bill, it was like few wants needed to get away from abuse and stuff like that. Guess it could qualify, but I don't have an answer for that. So.
Okay, Assemblyman Luna. Well, actually, Assemblyman Stewart. Sorry. You get called on every time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assemblyman Stewart. Through you to my colleague on the support side, I would just like to ask if the bill ever actually mentioned abuse, and also would you consider parents teaching and guiding and literally raising their kids as abuse?
You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleague, I forgot what you said. I'm sorry.
Oh, we're gonna keep moving. Assemblyman G. Morales, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Morales. To Assemblywoman Jakes, do you believe that no child will use this to their advantage if they just want to be rebellious towards their parents?
You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They probably will, and I guess we're gonna have to come up with a solution for that. But
finally, Assemblywoman E. Morales.
Thank you, Speaker Haber. I would like to speak to you, through you to the
You cannot
opposition
speak to
team.
the opposition.
Okay, well then,
You can just address the whole assembly.
okay, thank you. I would like to ask, what would be the better benefits of allowing children to make these life-changing decisions as minors? Like, why would we allow this opportunity to them? Why would we give them the tools to just completely alter their whole lives when they obviously have not been fully, I'm sorry, I'm blanking. They're not fully developed mentally, so why would we give these dangerous tools all of this power for decisions that they should not be able to have?
Mr. Speaker, may I answer?
You may not. Sorry, you're not allowed to answer this opposition. We will now move to a vote. All those in favor, please rise. The bill fails. The speaker has decided that in order to just limit the fact that you guys are going to be talking back and forth from here, you guys had time to prepare. If you are standing on this side or this side, you will not be able to speak unless answering a question, and the opposition may not answer questions. Point of order. Yes. $2989 was tabled since Dylan Pope was not here. It will be untabled upon the decision of the Lieutenant Governor or Assemblyman Dylan Pope has recovered. We will now move on to Assembly Bill 1254. Will the opposition and the support please come forward? Another thing I would like to announce is that Assembly Bill 1461 presented by Dylan Pope has also been tabled. Assemblyman Morial. Assemblyman Morial, you're out of order. Please stop using a point of order to use a point of information. Those you must be called on. And we are currently on 1254 presented by Assemblywoman Parker. The tabled bills are 2989 presented by G. Morales and 1461 presented by Dylan Pope. If there are any more questions, please rise, be called upon, and then say point of information. Yeah, Assemblyman Hinkrick. Point of order is for clarification. Point of parliamentary procedure. A point of information is asking a general question, such as, what bill are we on? What's going on? I'm confused. Please explain what just happened. Point of parliamentary procedure is, what are we voting on? Stuff like that. And then a point of order is, we went out of order. They didn't get a rebuttal. I get to stand up and not get called on for a point of order. So when I skipped Catalina Renteria's, Assemblywoman Renteria's rebuttal, you would stand up and be like, point of order. Assemblywoman Renteria is allowed a 30-second rebuttal. I hope that clarifies. We will now move to the bill. You will move to support the bill.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I move to approve.
Oh, I move to approve. Do I have to say the number?
The bill number, yes.
1254.
Then, point of information, you will move to approve your bill. The Lieutenant Governor will read the bill. You will support opposition, rebuttal, discussion, and then vote.
Assembly Bill number 1254, introduced by Assemblymember Parker, is an act related to the Health and Safety Code relating to healthcare service plans.
Assemblywoman Parker, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so this bill is supporting our taxes no longer going to people's abortions. I do not believe our taxes should be supporting abortions because it can go against our morals and beliefs. We have the right to follow our religions, and as a Christian personally, supporting abortion is wrong. We have worked hard and diligent at our jobs to earn our money, and I do not believe that it should be going to causes that we do not support. That is all. Thank you.
That is all. The opposition will now get a minute each. Assemblywoman Zamorano, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Zamorano. Removing abortion from healthcare can cause many problems, and women can often resort to unsafe methods to end their pregnancy, which can often cause them to die or be fatally injured. which that will obviously cause way more harm than good. And I find it kind of weird how you are supporting the carriers of those child possibly dying or getting very injured. That's all I have. Thank you. And I'd like the rest of my time to go to my colleague.
Assemblyman Fasenko, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Fasenko. So, although not requiring abortion as a covered service in healthcare plans could be viewed as beneficial, we sadly live in a world where people unequipped to raise or even carry a child for reasons such as financial instability would not benefit from abortion, would most benefit from abortion as a covered service in their healthcare plan. And although, yes, we're using our tax dollars to pay for this healthcare plan, that does not mean that it takes away tax dollars from the other parts of the healthcare plan. It would just add that as a service. That is what we currently have. That is all.
Okay, you will now have a 30-second rebuttal.
Okay. So.
Please address the speaker.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Women should not feel pressure to have to kill their child in an unsafe method. It'd be better off, like, you're better off just not to have a kid if you cannot afford to pay and support that child. I shouldn't have to go against my morals because you're broke.
Excellent point. We will now move to discussion. Assemblyman Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, sir. Assemblyman Stewart, through you to Ms. Sela. What if you didn't mean to have a child?
Assemblywoman Parker, you may proceed.
Having a child isn't like blinking your eyes. Like, you know what you're doing. So if you don't want to end up pregnant, you can go on birth control or just don't do it.
Assemblyman Luna, actually, Assemblywoman Seeley, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Seeley. I speak through you to my esteemed colleague. So, some women are put in a position where they will die and the baby will die, but if you do kill the baby, the woman impregnated with the baby will live. So how is this bill supporting those women, and are your morals against that? Thank you.
Assemblywoman Parker, you may respond.
Were you referring to the mom and the child dying if she goes on birth, or if she aborts the baby, or if she tries to have the baby?
Assemblywoman, try to answer the question as best you can without asking a follow-up question.
Okay. So if the doctors have told the mom that she's going to die in childbirth along with the baby, like my grandma was told that, and she had 6 kids. Like, they are not always right, and like the Bible says, like, it is better to sacrifice your life than to kill somebody. Thank you.
We are going to now, for the sake of time, close discussion, move to a vote. I'm alternating. All those in favor, please stand. All those in favor. Division? You are out of order. All those opposed? I think some people aren't voting, so. Okay. The bill fails.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Pope, your bills have been tabled. Let me know when you feel ready to present either one of them. I know. Do you want to wait? He would like to wait. Okay, we are continuing to table AB 1461. We will move to AB 7. With the support and the opposition, please rise. The last one failed. Mr. Moreno, are you familiar with the process? Can we have the bill? No, 4. You will move to approve your bill, and then it will be read.
I move to approve Assembly Bill number 7.
Assembly Bill number 7, offered by Assemblymember Moreno, is an act dealing with the education code related to interscholastic athletics.
Okay, Assemblyman Moreno, you may now present your case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill deals specifically with the banning of non-wooden bats in high school baseball. The reason this bill is presented is because over the years there have been numerous injuries, deaths, and students put in a comatose state due to the use of aluminum bats. Since aluminum bats are hollow, when they hit the ball coming back, it has a bounce back effect, which allows the ball to go faster, leaving the pitcher less time to dodge out of the way. Often the pitcher is seriously injured by these balls coming back from an aluminum baseball bat. This bill is to prevent the death and serious injuries by using wooden bats instead.
Thank you, Assemblyman Moreno. We will now move to the opposition. Assemblyman Westwick, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am in opposition to this bill because wooden bats can very easily splinter and fly it away and hit someone also, and that is not enough to negate the effect of the ball flying ever so slightly slower. Also, wooden bats break more easily, so you have to replace them more. So the environmental effects of using a wooden bat are much worse for the environment than using aluminum, which can easily be used from recycled materials. Thank you.
Okay, Assemblywoman Murphy, you may now speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that attempting to ban non-wooden bats would be like attempting to ban cars. Yes, there are unintended consequences that come with this. However, it is an advancement in the technology of the game, and banning them would not make enough sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Now you will have a 30-second rebuttal, Assemblyman Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would contend that the use of aluminum bats is still more dangerous than the use of wooden bats. First of all, even though aluminum bats are cheaper and more durable, as a country that is the richest in the world and as a country that prioritizes the lives of all its citizens, we should not be afraid to pay the price to purchase more wooden bats versus aluminum bats. As well as that, wooden baseball bats are used in the minor leagues and major leagues in general, and the use of metal bats would only encourage high school players to become more reliant on them, and when they have to switch to wooden bats if they transfer to the major and minor leagues, they would have to switch, and yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we will now move to discussion. Assemblyman Morial.
So, to my colleague, I have a question about how tall would you say the people using these bats are? Would you say about this tall?
Well,
or like this tall?
Could you address me?
Assemblyman Moreno, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The height of a person is not extremely a variable factor, as the ball can strike the pitcher either in the head or in the heart, which can cause serious injury in both times. As well as this, The size of the person using the bat does not matter, as the bats are standardized in the high school baseball.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Assemblywoman Renteria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Renteria. I wanted to ask Assemblyman, wouldn't the impact, like someone could be using an aluminum bat and not be so strong, and someone really strong could be using a wooden bat. Wouldn't it be the same impact?
You may respond, Mr. Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As to that, I would say that overall, aluminum bats are more powerful than wooden bats, and the priority of the pitchers is most important. A strong person we are trying to prevent a strong person using a metal bat. And just the banning of metal bats would make it uniform and fair for all.
Assemblywoman Morales. G. Morales. Great job, Harry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is from to Assemblyman Moreno. Do you think that if a foul ball off an aluminum bat hit someone, it'd be the same impact as it would be hitting the pitcher?
You may respond, Mr. Moreno.
When foul balls are hit, it is not in the center spot of the bat, which hits the hardest, and often the foul balls go up or to the side and are easier to dodge out of the way. Therefore, that is somewhat irrelevant.
For the sake of time, we will now move to a vote. Thank you, Mr. Moreno. All those in favor, please rise. All those opposed? The motion passes. Point of information. You may proceed. You also need to be called on for those. That's out of order. Put your hand down, Assemblyman Moriel. It still was. Dylan, good? You ready? Okay, we will now have Dylan Pope come up for AB 1461, followed by AB 2989 with Miss Morales. So Dylan, you're going to be up for the next two. We are doing Dylan's bill, AB 1461, currently. Would the opposition and the support please come? I'm gonna, point of information, Dylan. What you're gonna do is bring us the bill, okay? You're gonna hand it to the acting parliamentarian, and then you're gonna go to there and say, I move to approve your bill. Once that is said, the acting parliamentarian will read off your bill, the general purpose of your bill, and then we will move to 2 minutes of your debate, 1 minute for each of your competitors, and then you will have a 30-second rebuttal, at which point we will move to a 2-minute floor discussion. So right now, give your bill to Miss Pope. I move to approve your bill.
I move to approve bill number AB 1461.
Assembly Bill number 1461, introduced by Assemblymember D. Pope. An act to amend sections 2100 and 2102 of, and to add chapter 4.5, commencing with section 2260, to Division 2 of the Elections Code, relating to elections.
Okay, Mr. Pope, Assemblyman Pope, you may present your case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Pope. I want to make it very clear of what this bill does so we actually know if we want to pass it. So basically, normally you would go to register to vote, and that's its own process, its own system, and you have to go to a certain place to do that. Now, if you go to get your driver's license or renew your driver's license, you go to a different place, different process, different system. What my bill achieves, if it is passed, basically you combine both of them. So, when you go to get your driver's license or renew your driver's license, you register to vote at the same time. You're killing two birds with one stone. Now, I want to explain why we want to pass this bill. So it's convenient for citizens and it's effective. It takes a lot of time to go to two different places and do two different processes. So that's why it's effective. Now, it's convenient because it's designed to encourage all Americans to vote, and we want everyone's voices to be heard. Now, another reason as to why this is convenient is because when you go to get your driver's license and register to vote at the same time, it's in different languages. So people who are more confident in speaking other languages than English and that are American citizens can feel comfortable in registering to vote. That is all I have to say for my bill.
Assemblyman Moreno, you will have 1 minute in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Moreno. I would like to assert the process to obtain or renew a vehicle license at the Department of Motor Vehicles, also known as the DMV, is already known as a tedious process as it currently is. And passing this bill will lengthen the process and will probably not, regardless of the reason, strengthen public support for, will not be within the public's best interest. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Pope, you will have 1 minute in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My main point is that also within this bill, what it is changing is that you are allowed to request information from the Department of Motor Vehicles, and the existing law is that you will only get a fine or go to county jail for a certain amount of time if you disclose unauthorized information. What this bill does is it makes it if you disclose any information, meaning that you can't even ask to be able to disclose any information to anyone else. So I would say that we would need to amend the bill to say that it is only unauthorized disclosure. Thank you.
Assemblyman Pope, you may have 30 seconds of rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Pope. Assemblyman Morano, my response is that the DMV, yes, is tedious, but combining both of them makes it smoother because you don't have to go to two different places. So yes, it's still going to take time, but it's not going to take as much time. And my response to Assemblywoman Pope is that what she was saying was an existing law. My bill is passing that we combine them.
Please finish your thought, Assemblyman Pope.
Okay. Combine them, and the DMV giving away information doesn't have anything to do with passing my bill.
Thank you, Assemblyman Pope. We will now open the floor to discussion. Assemblyman Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Stewart. So through you to my colleague in support of this bill. So Mr. Moreno stated that the DMV is already tedious, as everybody who has ever had to go to the DMV for an appointment or anything knows very well. And I think you may have misunderstood, but he was stating that it was very tedious already, and adding another thing, logically, adding something would not make it less tedious. It would make it a longer process. If in the same day you were trying to go to get registered to vote and go to the DMV, it would make it less tedious, yes, but that is not what he was saying. So more of a statement.
Okay. Assemblyman Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Assembly, I would like to state that I'm in strong opposition to this bill, because let's be real, the DMV already sucks. You're already there like all day trying to get your license, and if you like don't even bring one tiny little document that they never said you had to bring, you have to make a whole new reservation, then you go back like 5 months later. It's just a whole process. So this is a really bad idea, because then you have to combine that and the long, tedious process of voting, which is kind of sketchy in a DMV. Like, let's be real, you're voting for government officials in like the sketchiest place in all our cities. Like, let's
Thank
be
you,
real.
Assemblyman Luna. DMV sucks. Assemblyman Morial. Assemblyman Morial.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Simon Memorial. I just had a question, not a statement, about how this would work. Would this mean once you get your driver's license, you in addition get the ability to vote, or is getting your driver's license part of the process that you just have to get your driver's license and you can vote? I don't understand correctly.
Assemblyman Morial, next time you would like to ask a question to the supporting of the bill, please address it to the supporter and not just ask a question. Assemblyman Pope, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when you go to the DMV to get your license or renew your license, you're going to register to vote. So, and there's a screen and you're going to follow the instructions. I don't know if that answers your question.
I've had to skip 2 days of school to go to the DMV. The DMV already sucks. We will now move to a vote. All those in favor, please rise. The bill fails. That was our, this one? Right now? Before we recess to lunch, I would like to, Assemblywoman Moriel and Morales, the whip is the communicating device for the party, not a sketchboard. That's not professional behavior. Let us, we will now recess for lunch. Next up, when we return, will be Genesis with her bill supporting AB 2989. Before we go to lunch, I will appoint someone to pray. Do we have any volunteers? So I'm going to choose someone. Miss Assemblywoman Allenthorpe, have you prayed for any of our meals yet? You may proceed. Okay. You may now leave for lunch. What? We will need party leaders and party whips to stay behind. I'm just going to have them stay behind. You're not in trouble, we're just disappointed. You're not in trouble, don't worry about it.
I might be the speaker, but is Starbucks
No, I'm asking people to not vacate me. Hey guys, just don't vacate me, please. I don't know. People don't like me. They're all meanies. Who? Who's the plan? Assemblywoman Seeley. That's fire. Anyway. Should I get them into session? Should I hit this? Yes, Assemblywoman. Yeah, that's stupid. I have a plan, little brotato. Tell me why. Whoa, this is on. Okay, guys, we're gonna reconvene. We are back in order. Okay. We are going to start off with. Oh, I'll get you right after this bill. We want to get into this amazing bill stuff, you know. AB 2989. Would the supporters and opposition to this bill please come forward? Yes, it's G. Morales. Point of information, it says J. Morales because we're all dyslexic. I don't know what that means. My doctor wrote it on my paper. Don't worry. We need to get into this, though.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move to approve AB 2989.
Assembly Bill number 2989, introduced by Assemblymember Morales, an act to amend the vehicle code relating to vehicles.
Assemblywoman Morales. Here.
Thank you, Mr. Humble and Loyal Speaker, Assemblywoman Morales. This bill talks about motorized scooter safety. To start off, a helmet for riders would prevent fatal injuries. The rate of accidents on motorized scooters or e-bikes was about 26,800 in 2022 and 74,800 in 2026. Of course, some people would argue that they have the choice to wear a helmet or not, and yes, they're right. They're right until it comes to minors 16 and under. The state of California requires for your motorized scooter and or e-bikes on highways. The state of California requires for you to either have a driver's license or a permit to operate motorized scooters and e-bikes on highways. It is up to the parents of minors to let their children ride on these motorized vehicles. Parents have every right. This will help keep our streets and children safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Morales. Now the opposition will get 1 minute each. Assemblyman Pope, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assemblyman Pope. So I'd like to start off with saying that the bill wants to up the speed to 35 miles per hour, which would make it more dangerous to ride scooters on the roadway. Riding scooters on the road can be very dangerous because you have nothing between you and the road. You're just going to hit the road, and the likelihood for survival in a collision is very low. Yeah.
Thank you.
Am I allowed to forward my time to?
You may forward 5 seconds to Assemblyman Shaw. Assemblyman Shaw, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblyman Shaw, and through you to my colleague, Ms. Morales. You clearly did not read the bill. You stated that helmet should be worn for minors that are 16 and under, but this bill also says that this bill will require the operator of a motorized scooter to wear a helmet only if the operator is under 18 years of age. And you said 16, and you clearly did not read the bill, so thank you.
Okay. Assemblywoman Morales, you may respond. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Morales. To you, to my colleague, I obviously read the bill, and it would be nice if there would be some new material. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Morales. The floor will now be open for discussion. Assemblyman Morio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Morio. Am I allowed to make a statement?
You can make a statement.
I'd like to state that I had this bill last year, and what Assemblywoman Genesis, I forgot your last name, said was accurate. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Let's not slander people as our opposition. Okay. Also, all those in favor, we're going to move to a vote. All those in favor, please rise. The motion passes. Okay. Assemblywoman Renteria.
I move to suspend the rules to prevent the vacation of the chair.
Is there a second? That's not out of order. Out of order. There is no discussion on this. It goes straight to a vote. So we are voting on the suspension of the rules to prevent the vacation of the speaker. Assemblyman Zamorano.
I move for a silent vote.
Silent ballot? Okay. Okay. I don't know what to do. I've never. Oh, there was a second? Okay. Now we will move forward in voting to suspend the rules via a secret ballot. We need a 2-minute recess. Stay in your seats, please.
The parliamentarian has ruled, and it's out of order because there was no rule to be suspended. So, return to order.
And we'll just get right back into it. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay. What's the rules? We are on Larson. We are on SB 1441. T. Larson and the opposition, please come to present the bill. Did you give the bill to the Lieutenant Governor? Okay, we will now, Assemblyman Larson, present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to vacate the chair.
That is out of order. You did not make a motion.
That is out of order.
You're not allowed to speak at this moment.
I move to approve to vacate the chair.
What's a move to approve?
I move to vacate the chair.
The movement has been seconded. We will now, this is something that you're supposed to do, right? You now get the floor, present the reasons why you would like to vacate the chair.
We have a different candidate that wants to run.
Okay. Order. We will now have some debate. Please rise. Assemblywoman Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblywoman Morales. To you for Assemblyman Larson. It is not a different candidate, it's the exact same one.
How do you know who it is?
Okay, guys, we're not stupid. Okay, let's move forward. Do we have any other debates? Sawyer. Assemblyman Hager.
Two things really quick. Number one, guys, it's not worth the time. And number two, I move for a roll call vote.
It's been moved and seconded. It's not out of order. It's not out of order. It's a subsidiary motion, I'm pretty sure. But I don't think we're at the... Okay, wait, that's out of order for now. It's out of order. You have to call for that when we move to voting. Yeah, and you said two things. So, Assemblyman Morial.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Morial. I'd like to state that the current speaker has done well to be fair to both parties. He's been true to his word to do that, and I see there's no reason to vacate him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblyman Shaw. I would like to state that you have definitely not been fair and you have lied on your campaign. I stood up multiple times in the first 6 bills, and you made it apparent to me at lunch that you purposely did not call on me because I was planning to vacate the chair. You said that you're going to go one by one in your campaign and speech, but you clearly did not. Thank you.
Yeah, that's not commenting. Not because I'm wrong, but because that is foolishness. Assemblyman Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna. To the Assembly, indirectly to Mr. Jaden Cha. Mr. Speaker, currently, he's gone back and forth every single time. I've seen it. He literally denied me like 8 times to speak to let you guys on the Patriot Party speak multiple times. and to let people who have stood up, who have not spoken at all, to get a voice and to be heard. So I don't know what you're talking about. That's just a blatant libel statement. It's not true. He's been very fair.
Assemblyman Pope. Pope. The one in the corner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Pope. I have a legitimate reason of why we should vacate the chair. I think it would be funny.
That's not legitimate. You cannot second that. That's out of order. Okay. Assemblyman Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Stewart. I think that we should wait to vacate the chair until right before Micah's. Thank you.
So you. Well, okay, that's just a thought. Fire. Okay, Assemblyman Heasty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to say during Assembly Bill number 7, technically I'm considered an expert in the field of baseball by definition because I have played for over 10 years. And I was not called on, even though I am not speaking in any previous bills.
In response to my fellow assemblyman, we were low on time. I just have to keep it fast, you know, because I knew this was going to happen. I've been trying to go through fast, you know? Okay, fairness. Assemblywoman Moriel.
I called a question.
Okay, the question has been called. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. The question is called. We now move. It's been moved and seconded. Well, you have to be standing called. Assemblyman Hagberg.
Thank you.
That's not a decision. It's not based off of a rule.
I move for a roll call vote.
It's been moved and seconded. We will now vote to see if we will have a roll call vote. All those in favor of a roll call vote, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. Division was called. All those in favor, please rise. Of a roll call vote. You guys were way louder when you said it. The nays have it. It's not a roll call vote. That is not something you can appeal. There was no, you want to appeal the decision of the roll call vote? Okay, the decision has been appealed. We will now vote to see if my judgment on the roll call vote was fair. All those who believe that I was unjust, please say aye. His movement was not seconded. It does not pass. It was seconded. Okay, guys. I'm a little bit flustered, but okay. So if people think I was wrong about the roll call vote, please say aye. Aye. If you think I was right, say nay.
Nay.
Division. All those who believe I was wrong, please rise. Okay. The decision is not appealed. We are not doing a roll call vote. You cannot do it again. Sit down. Miss Morales. Okay, that's not a thing. It's a silent ballot. Secret ballot goes straight through and no other motions can be made. So now we are going to a vote. Secret ballot just happens. You don't get a vote. That's why I said we're just moving straight to it. We're moving straight to a vote with a secret ballot. Yeah. Oh, we're voting? Okay. Okay, guys, let's walk through this very slowly. We are currently, and unless I'm wrong, the Lieutenant Governor will correct me. If you vote yes, we are vacating the chair. If you vote no, we are not vacating the chair. You will write your vote and your name. Does that make sense? Does anyone have any questions? Are we good? What? 2-minute recess while we get ballots. Hey guys, I just would like to make my case for the next 2 minutes. I'm the speaker. I'm just going to speak into him. Can I speak into him? I run this meeting, apparently.
Can we turn off his mic?
No, that is out of order, sir. I think I've been pretty fair, even when you guys are trying to, kick me out. Even you guys are trying to kick me out, and I let all of you talk. And And let's be honest, Spencer, Micah, Mackenzie, all of you guys have been doing this all week. We do not have time for this. We're gonna have to do a new election. Me and Spencer are gonna come back up, say the same things we've said. I can tell him, who said division? We're technically in a recess, so you can get up right now, but Miss Morales, what's up?
You must put your name and your vote, yes or no. The chair, before we vote, the speaker is going to be allotted 60 seconds to make the case to keep him as speaker, and then you will vote, and you will stand up and walk your vote up to the lieutenant governor. Does everyone understand? Okay. Mr. Speaker, you have 1 minute.
But before he does, I'd like to say something. Okay, we will not have you guys go out of order like you did before. Do you understand? This is an august body, and you are making big decisions, and I expect that kind of professionalism from here on out, right? Is that right? Thank you.
I think that there's something particularly professional about being funny. That was a joke. Anyway, let's get into this. If you vote no, it means that you want me to be speaker. You vote yes, it means you don't want me to be speaker. And I've been fair. I alternate between you guys. I call you guys up alternating. I did not put all my people last or first. I put it in order so everyone could have fair chance. I put the first years first, and I put in some second years occasionally so that we could, you know, sometimes get back on track. I'm trying to be fair. There are some people I might have overseen because, you know, I was really tired last night. I'm sorry to those people, publicly. Sorry. But I really would like you to vote no on this. I think I'd be a good speaker. I want to be legislator of the year. So, please, please really do say no. Pretty fair person, you know. Is there any, like, objections people have? Like, I would like to hear what's wrong. Other than it would be funny and Spencer's my favorite guy ever. I love him. What's up? I'm walking around. But yes, I am a fair speaker, as far as I can tell. I'm past a minute, so I'm gonna stop talking. I get a vote, right? No. I don't know if that means. Oh yeah. That's fire. So, guys, whatever happens,
It was an honor to be your speaker.
It was so great. Amazing. Best of all time.
I don't know. I'm not allowed to make my case anymore. So I'm just. What do you guys want to talk about? I don't think I think a hot dog's a sandwich, though. Like seriously. Hey, out of order. I have the floor here, guys. It's meat with bread. Like. Assemblyman Chaw, so sorry. I've disappointed before. Hey, that's out of order. That is also out of order. You can't respond to a question. He was. Josh Lee was a better speaker. Assemblyman Stewart.
Point of personal privilege, may I wash my hands?
I would like to make, can I make, what, yeah, you can go. I would like to make a point of personal privilege, and / point of information. The best speaker we've had is Assemblywoman Pope, when she was Assemblywoman. She's amazing. She won like a unanimous vote. Ian Clement was a character. Yeah, Ian, you're great. It is with great, get to your seat, young man. It is with great sorrow I say this, that the motion fails by a lot. I am your speaker. Now we will get back to the orders. I think that like defeats the point of secret and secret ballot. Yeah, it's secret. But by a lot was used on the card, so. Now get back into Still alive. Okay. Assembly. Order. Please rise if you would like to be called upon. Assemblyman Luna. For the sake of time, overruled. Not right now. At the end, when we're like down to like the unimportant bills, you know, like mine. Can we get Assemblyman Larson and the opposition for AB 1441? And point of information, Assemblyman Larson, for the sake of time, you cannot do that again. For the sake of time, you cannot. Highly inappropriate behavior. Laughing is out of order. Please hand the bill to the, did you hand it? Okay, make your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Larson, I move to approve Bill number 1441.
You do not need a second.
Senate Bill number 1441, introduced by Assemblymember Larson, is an act to amend the penal code relating to animal cruelty.
You may proceed.
All right, my bill is.
Please address the speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My bill is a proposed bill on declawing domestic cats except when the procedure is medically necessary to treat a disease or injury or cancer. The bill states and makes it illegal to surgically declaw a healthy domestic cat simply for convenience. Most people argue that the claws can scratch up your furniture, your couch, chairs, whatever. But I think that as humans, we should care more about the cat's pain of being declawed over how the cats might affect our furniture. That's it.
Okay, that's all. Let's move on to the opposition. Assemblywoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so cats have claws to defend and survive, like if they were wild. But the cats we have are indoor. We feed them, we water them, we take care of them. So they really have no need for their claws. So think of it like this. At the zoo, people remove stingers out of stingrays so people can freely enjoy petting and playing with the stingrays. The same would be if we did for the cats. Like if I had little kids running around the house, I'd be worried about the cat scratching them. So really it's not just for convenience, like it's also for safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Parker. Assemblywoman Sabo, you're up. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Sabo, Mr. Larson said that it hurts the cats and that we should prioritize the pain of the cats or trying to make sure that they're not hurt. But when people remove the claws of cats, they're put under anesthesia or they're made sure to not have pain while it is removed. Because we're not just gonna hurt an animal just for that. We're going to make sure that they're not in pain while it's happening. And as my partner said, cats are domesticated, therefore there's no need for claws, and therefore we can just remove them without any worry for pain or for the use. And for the Patriots, I have one thing to say. My pet, my choice. Thank you.
Ooh, I need to. Okay, Assemblyman Larson, you have a 30-second rebuttal.
So after about like 3 sessions of having their claws like taken out or doled down, like filed down, it can actually cause like long-term damage and like life-suffering injuries. So that's it.
We'll now open the bill to discussion. Assemblyman Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, sir. Assemblyman Stewart here. Through you to my colleague, Assemblyman Larson. Do you need to do the surgery on the cat multiple times to permanently declaw it?
You may respond.
Yeah, you only have to do it once, but you can also file down their nails multiple times, which is the safer option.
Assemblyman Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to my esteemed colleague, Mr. Larson. What sort of life-threatening injuries can cats contract from the filing down of the nails, specifically?
Assemblyman Larson, you may respond. Then we will move to a vote.
I don't know if it's life-threatening, but I don't know. Not life-threatening, but I mean, nobody really wants to have their nails filed or surgery happen multiple times in their life. Like, I wouldn't enjoy that. I don't think that they would enjoy that. And as being their owners, I just don't think that's the right thing to do.
We will now move to a vote. All those in favor, please rise. All those in opposition? The bill passes.
Would the sponsor and opposition of AB 717 please come up?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Sean Cruz, I move to approve Assembly Bill 717.
Assembly Bill 717, presented by Assemblymember Cruz, concerns investigational drugs, biological products, and devices.
Assemblywoman Cruz, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The idea of this bill is to make sure that any of the diapers that are sizes 3 or under that are manufactured in California and sold in California are to be exempt from taxes. I support this bill because it makes diapers more accessible to families who struggle to buy them. And this is super important because diapers are a basic need for babies and toddlers, and many families have to go through harsh measures to reuse diapers, all because they can't afford it. This bill would help to lighten the load on these families. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Cruz. The opposition will now have 1 minute each. Assemblywoman Lai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Lai. Taxes are good for the economy because they help the government run. And if we make diapers tax exempt, we might start making a lot of other things tax exempt, and then people will just stop paying taxes. And then if people stop paying taxes, then the government can't run. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Lai. Assemblywoman Hagberg, you will have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblywoman Hagberg. I would like to supportedly oppose this bill where, what I mean by that is that I think it is a good idea, though we should widen it from not only diapers for children's sizes 0 to 3, but all children's diaper sizes, because diapers are very expensive and single mothers and fathers have to buy multiple containers of diapers a month for their children and just parents in general, which makes them not have enough money for other things that they need. So if we took the tax off of all children's diapers, they would have that money that wouldn't go to the tax to purchase other things that they might need. Another thing that will also help this is instead of abortion, it makes it cheaper to have children because the diapers don't cost as much. So it's another way.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Thank you, Assemblywoman Hagberg. Assemblywoman Cruz, you will have a 30-second rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to Assemblywoman Hagberg's opposition, I do agree with you how it should be expanded, but I think that this is a very good starter as like a baseline for the bill, and later on we can make amendments to add things like feminine hygiene products. That'd be good to make free or exempt from taxes because those are also basic needs. So, yeah.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Cruz. We will now open the floor to debate. Assemblyman Morial.
Bill making already accessible things accessible to the public at the expense of the taxpayers who fund it, and it is not compliant with the Constitution that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Morial. Assemblyman Hagberg.
Thank you, Chairman Hagberg, Assemblyman Hagberg, Speaker. What is it called? I move to make an amendment to this bill that states that that removes diapers up to 3 up and makes way for the ability of all diapers meant for children. Thank you.
Okay. We are now, it's been moved and seconded. Does anyone want to debate the amendment?
Can I do that?
What? Amendment overruled. We do not have time for amendments. By the parliamentarian. We are now just voting on the base bill. Further debate, we will take one more. Assemblyman, no more. We're going straight to a vote. All those in favor of
AB 717, please rise. 2, 3, 5, 8, 12. All those opposed? I got it, Corey. 4, 8. The bill passes.
Thank you.
We will now move. Can the sponsor and opposition for SB 1192 please come up? That was so soon. Okay. 192. Assemblyman, you may fix the mic. It's not made for average height people like you and me.
I know. Unfortunate.
Assemblyman, you may make your motion.
I would like to move to pass Bill 1192.
Sorry, I forgot.
Senate Bill 1192, introduced by Assemblymember Westwick, is an act amending the health and safety code related to children's health.
So,
Assemblyman, you may now make your argument.
what this bill does is it moves to default the beverage on a children's meal to be a healthier alternative to soda, such as water or milk, which is healthier than soda because there's less sugars, stuff like that. Doing this would fight the rising obesity rates in America, because childhood soda drinking daily increases obesity rate by roughly 2.6 times. So making the default to be a healthier alternative to soda would help to combat the rising obesity rates. Also, this bill does not prohibit changing the drink for a soda. It would be no upcharge if they wish to do that. It's just the default would be something healthy, because psychologically you want to stick with the default, so it would help fight obesity rates.
Thank you, Assemblyman Westwick. Assemblyman Moreno, you will have 1 minute in rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Moreno, I would like to assert that in the process of ordering, often children are not ordering, but instead the adults. Many of the parents who do care about child obesity and are aware of it should have already taken the initiative to have purchased a healthier option. I would say the status quo is sufficient, and instead we should be focusing on decreasing the amount of sugar in soft drinks.
Thank you, Assemblyman Moreno. Assemblyman Luna, you will have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna. As the supporting member stated, Mr. Westwick, he said that this would be changing to the default being water or milk, but then you don't need to upcharge for soda. So we're basically just flipping the status quo from the regular being soda, and then you can alternatively get milk or water for no upcharge. So I really don't see a point in this bill, as we already have this as a system. We're literally just flipping the default, and people already, if they want something else, they'll get something else. People are pretty picky on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman
And
Luna.
I agree with everything my compatriot said.
Thank you, Assemblyman Luna. Assemblyman Westwick, you may have a 30-second rebuttal.
So, as I said, psychologically, the brain wants to stick with the default. So, by making it default, the average, the people who are borderline whether or not they want the soda would tend to stick to the healthier option rather than getting the soda. But the people who still want the soda can grab it with no upcharge, so there's no downside to this bill.
Thank you, Assemblyman Westwick. We will now open the floor to discussion. Seeing that there is no discussion, we will go straight to a bill, straight to a vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The bill failed. No, the bill passes. Would Assemblywoman Szabo come up with SB 1381?
Okay.
Assemblywoman Szabo, you may make your motion.
I move to approve Bill SB 1381.
Senate Bill 1381, introduced by Assemblymember Szabo, is an act to dealing with the education code relating to public post-secondary education.
Assemblywoman, you may now proceed to present your case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows for First Amendment rights. It allows for freedom of speech and actions. While it allows for these freedoms, it naturally denies unlawful actions. These rights are specifically referencing post-secondary education institutions, such as California community colleges, California state universities, and California universities that are public spaces. Why this bill is so important to have and why we should vote for it is because it allows protected speech across the entire campus. Now, they might say that we're talking about the entire campus as in the buildings and outside as well. But I'm only talking about outside across the campus, which are actual public spaces. And they're able to talk in not just the dedicated free speech zones, but all across the outside areas of the campus. And what is also beneficial is it does not allow the person who is speaking freely to disrupt or harm anyone inside of the institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Szabo. Assemblyman Higberg, you will have 1 minute.
Hey, okay.
Please address the speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hagberg. That was a lot of words. What is it called? Post-secondary just means college. We're talking about public colleges. And she's basically saying as long as you're outside on college campus, California, college campuses, you can have free speech wherever. I strongly oppose this because let's say you're a shy little liberal, right? And you're not feeling like you want to argue with a bunch of people who disagree with you, or you're a Republican and you don't want to argue with a bunch of liberals, right? This would allow for anyone, as long as they are outside, to be able to argue with you and protest anywhere. Now, imagine you're just a shy person and you just want to get to class and you have all of that shoved in your face. We don't want to shove any of those politics into people who don't want to be involved with it. So that's the reason why we have free speech zones, so that they can keep their opinions where their opinions are rather than forcing them into your face. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Morales. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker Hepburn. I believe my partner said all there is to say, so I have nothing more to add.
Okay, we are now going to move to a 30-second rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. So my opponent talked about how if you're a shy liberal or a person who just wants to get to class and all this protesting is right in front of your face, what I included in my description of what the bill is, I said that it does not allow for the disruption of the people inside or going to the institution. He said that those protesting can disrupt your going to your class and all these other things. And because they're just protesting, they're able to have free speech, and it does not allow them to disrupt the students or people who are just trying to do their daily life as students. Thank you.
We will now open the floor to discussion. Assemblyman Zamorano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a statement to the whole assembly, through you, of course. I don't think we should ever regulate free speech because it's free speech, you know, we should never regulate that. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Moriel.
I call the question.
Okay. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. All those opposed? All those in favor of calling the question, please rise. Mr. Moreno just wants to talk, guys. This is mean, Miss Assemblywoman Muriel. That's highly unprofessional. The question has been called. We will now move to a vote. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1381, please rise. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Assemblyman Morial. Is there any motions? Okay. We will now call the sponsor and opposition of SB 418. Opposition. Do you guys? 418. It's three numbers. Can we have your bill? Yeah. Now you may make your motion.
I move to approve Bill 418.
Senate Bill number 418, introduced by Assemblymember Murphy, is an act dealing with the health code and the insurance code to add and repeal sections relating to health care coverage and declaring the urgency thereof to take effective immediately.
Assemblywoman, you may now present the case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Murphy. Healthcare is a right of the people. When people are not well, society collapses. Patients should be able to request hormone therapy prescriptions in order to help their emotional, physical, and mental well-being. The FDA would give them a 12-month supply of these said prescription hormones. This can help those with cancer, gender dysphoria, and gender incongruence. Regardless of their sex, gender, race, or ethnicity, patients can get the care that they need. And if not, this is a right of the American people. To exclude this opportunity would be to deprive the American people of a liberty they should have the opportunity to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Assemblywoman Renteria, you may now proceed with a 1-minute opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Renteria. I stand in strong opposition of this bill because the infrastructure of preserving 12 months of supplies or 12 months of medication/hormones would bring the tax rates way up just to provide that. And because this bill prevents doctors from saying no to giving testosterone to anybody, which means a pregnant woman can ask for testosterone and she would have to be given that, which could affect the baby in the womb. That on top of a lot of mental problems are caused, mental strain, and just a bunch of things going on in your head when you take testosterone. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Assemblyman Morial.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Moriel. I stand in opposition against this bill. As my colleague stated, this would make hormone therapy covered by health care, providing the prescribed hormones to participants, to the health care, to the patients, or whatever you want to call it. First of all, this is a DEI agenda, and it is, DEI agendas have been proven not to be helpful to anyone who is participating in it, has it. The reason somebody would want to pass this bill might be because, you know, people love free things, but it is at the expense of the people, because you're making the taxpayers pay for this free health care. The prescription in this bill, prescribed medicines are not defined sufficiently, and this is an FDA-approved medication.
That is time. You can finish your thought.
Thank you. This is FDA-approved medication, but only 32% of FDA medications have been 32% FDA medications have serious safety risks, such as this one.
Thank you. Now you will have a 30-second rebuttal. Assemblywoman Murphy.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Murphy. First and foremost, if people want to make bad decisions with their life, even if this were a bad decision, they should have the opportunity and the liberty to make that said choice. It is up to them what to do with their bodies. Also, in rebuttal against the notion of this being DEI, this bill is not DEI. It specifically excludes those to discriminate against the patients requesting the vital assistance they need. Thank you.
We will now open the floor for discussion. Assemblywoman Zamorano.
When providing testosterone pills or hormone pills or whatever it is to be more like a girl for 12 months is not going to change anything. There are studies that not even 2 years of taking those pills change anything. So whatever they are struggling with, the pills are not going to help at all. So what is 12 months going to do? Thank you.
Point of information, was that a rhetorical question? Okay, Assemblywoman Murphy, you can respond if you would like.
I would argue that that is irrelevant. It is their own choice to make that decision, regardless or not, if it will achieve the effect they want to have.
Assemblyman Hagberg.
I'd like to call to question.
All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. We will now move to voting. All those in favor of this bill, please rise. This is abortion. This is 2, 4, 6, 9, 11. The bill fails. Would the sponsor and opposition of AB 385... Wait, before Assemblyman Luna. AB 1254 involving Sayla Parker has been moved to be reconsidered, meaning re-voted on. Is there any second? It's been moved and seconded. He was on the winning side of the movement, so he can make this motion. If he was, if he had failed the movement, if he had voted and what he had voted for, the opposite had happened, he wouldn't be unable to make this motion. At this time, I will remind you we will have the sponsor of this bill remind you of what this bill is about. So can we have Assemblywoman Parker come back up to explain her bill? Just 30 seconds. We are re-voting on your bill. You can get it after this. Assembly, our amazing Aaron Leslie will carry it to you. Thanks, Aaron. So you're just spend 30 seconds explaining your bill again.
And you may now, we'll wait for you to fix the mic. And you may, whenever you're ready, just begin.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my bill is supporting taxes no longer going to other people's abortions. Our taxes should not be going to abortions because it goes against, or can go against our morals and beliefs. We have the right to follow our own religion. We have worked hard and diligent at our jobs to earn the money that we have received, and it shouldn't go to causes that we don't support. If someone cannot
and that's time. Sorry. We are now going to move into a vote because we're just reconsidering our vote. All those in support? You were not called on that. Is out of order. Even if that privilege. Is it You must be called on for a point of information. We are going to move into the vote. All those in favor of this bill, please rise. You can revote. This is just a new vote. He was only allowed to present the motion because he was on the winning side. So he could reconsider the motion. So you may rise at this moment if you would like to vote. What's up? Well, you have to oppose. So yeah, you're opposing. Yeah, I know. Sorry. 3, 6. All those in support? All those opposed? Lost. The bill passes. That was 1254. And if you voted differently, make sure you report that on your constituency. Now we will move forward to the next bill. Would the sponsors in opposition of AB 385 please come up? I'm going to sit down for this. Yeah, nothing. No. No, you can make your motion, Assemblywoman Pope, once you fix the mic.
I move to approve Assembly Bill 385.
Okay. Assembly Bill 385, introduced by Assemblymember Pope, is an act amending the government code related to daylight savings time.
Assemblywoman, you may now present your case. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My bill is about Daylight Savings Act. Daylight savings happens twice a year. We either lose an hour or gain an hour. My bill repeals daylight savings within the state of California. Both Hawaii and Arizona don't use daylight savings, showing how a state can function greatly without it. The original purpose of daylight savings is outdated in this modern world. Daylight savings also is very confusing for the elderly as it disrupts many people's internal clocks. And don't you hate either losing an hour of sleep or an hour of your day? Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Pope. Assemblywoman Cummings, you may now have a minute in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Cummings.
I stand in opposition to this bill because I believe that daylight savings time is very important to everyone, especially farmers, because they can rest in the heat of the day and go out in the evening when it cools and still have daylight to work in. Plus, other people who work inside all day can go outside in the evening and enjoy some daytime.
Thank Yes, and we'll give 40 seconds to Assemblywoman Renteria. Assemblywoman Renteria, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Renteria. As some of you guys may not like daylight saving time, but actually instead of thinking it as taking 1 hour out of your day, it's like 1 more hour of productivity if you actually think about it, which productivity brings more income and more productivity to our whole nation overall, which is giving us more growth. And also, daylight saving time, as humans, we get used to our schedules, right? If you remove daylight saving time, it could mess up our circadian rhythm, which is the way our bodies and minds process time. So if you remove the circadian rhythm, it is also connected to women's hormonal systems, and it could also cause infertility, which would actually lead to a decline in population and actually be the end of the world. So think about it.
Assemblywoman Pope, you can have a rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to address that if we were to approve getting rid of daylight savings within the state of California, you actually wouldn't have to process the time changing more, so you actually wouldn't have to get use of more time changes. But with having daylight savings, you have to reset clocks and your days shift. It's very confusing for a lot of people. I know I'm always confused. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. We will now open the floor to debate. Assemblywoman Morales.
Thank you, Speaker Hagberg. I would just like to ask my fellow Assemblywoman through you, wouldn't you agree that everyone is in full control of what time they sleep, what time they wake up, whether they daytime savings or not? If someone knows that we will be having daytime savings, they have the option of getting earlier rest, or they have the option of sleeping longer. So, and going back to what the opposition team said, that it's definitely a lot better to have more daytime savings just to improve our nation. You know, like being able to work longer hours just helps everyone. So, thank you.
Assemblyman Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Moreno, I would like to contend that the most populous nation in the world does not have daylight savings. Thank you.
Assemblyman Hagberg.
This is a very near and dear bill to me for many reasons. Number one, I had this bill last year and it did not pass. And number two, as a family who has been on a farm one time because our relatives live on a farm, I'll have you know that farmers really don't need daylight savings times anymore. So like honestly, it's just a hassle. Get rid of it.
Thank you, Assemblyman Hagberg. Assemblyman Fasenko. The question has been called. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. We will now move to a vote. All those in favor of AB 385, please rise. If you like daylight savings, you are. I can't count. 3, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. All those opposed? The ayes have it. The bill passes.
I'm going to call a 1-minute recess. Yeah. Oh yeah, you know that whole thing where yeah, we're about to. For Gabe and stuff? I can ask him. Yeah, but it's annoying. Leave me alone. Okay, guys, we're gonna reconvene. Let's get to our seats. Yeah, never. Out of order. Get to your seat, sir. Get to your seat, sir. Miss Seeley. When did this family call caucus to Do you want to call a caucus? I'm part of the executive board, so I can. I'm the chairman. Okay, guys, everyone get to your seats. We have a lot of pressing things. We're only on Bill 22 of 35. And we need to keep going. There's a lot of fun stuff. Got 2 hours.
Miss Morial? Miss Morial? Miss Morial?
Assemblyman Morial. Go ahead.
So we could get done with this as soon as possible.
I am trying.
Not that I don't enjoy it. I love this.
Can we avoid, as a general consensus, try to avoid asking them questions as much as possible? You can ask a question, just leave it empty. People can answer it in their own minds, you know? Like, you don't need to have an answer every time. So just for the sake of time, let's just speed that along. Got it. Everyone good? Is there any motions before we move forward with our bill? Are you two trying to make Assemblywoman Morial? Assemblywoman Morial. You're standing. I'm trying to ask.
I move to rescind the motion to censure Sawyer.
You want to bring it back? Do you mean on table? Okay, so the motion has been seconded. We will now move to debate. We're debating whether or not we want to untable Sawyer's censorship. Assemblyman Morial. You're welcome.
Assemblyman Moriel, I'm going to use a quote from Sawyer himself. It would be fun.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Assemblyman Luna. Just for this one.
Thank you, Mr. I don't know, I guess Speaker. I move to call the question.
The question has been called and seconded. Well, let's move to the... who would like to call the questions? Please say aye. All those opposed? Can't say division until I go to say. The ayes have it. There was no division called. We will now move. It has been untabled. Now we debate Sawyer's censorship. Assemblyman Zamorano. That was out of order.
I call the question.
The question has been called and seconded. We will now, all those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. We will now move to the vote on Assemblyman Hagberg's censorship. Censuring him will entail what exactly? Upon censorship, Assemblyman Hagberg will not be able to stand and speak in front of the Assembly except for his support and opposing bills. Just for a point of information, we are now moving to a vote on that. So that is out of order. That is not a privileged motion. Now, everybody who would like, we've called the question. It's not debate time. Out of order. We will now move to a vote. All those. A point of personal privilege. Yes, proceed. That is a point of information, not a point of personal privilege. Out of order. We will now move to a vote. Debating is done. The question has been called. All those in favor of censuring Assemblyman Hagberg, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Division has been called. I call for a roll call vote.
Order. We will remain in order during this roll call vote.
J. Moriel. D. Stewart. Was that an I? C. Renteria. E. Morales. S. Seeley. V. Renteria. G. Jakes. J. Chaw. C. Luna. Is that an I?
Out of order, not an I or an A.
G. Hegberg. J. Morales. J. Morales, sorry.
G Morales.
G. Morales? Oh, G. Morales. S. Jakes. S. Parker. D. Pope. L. Moreno. T. Larson. S. Cruz. A. Westwick. M. Sabo. C. Murphy. H. Pope. L. Stevens. G. Stewart. E. Moriel. R. Fasenko. A. Lay. Lie? A. Lie. I. A. Lay. Okay. E. Zamoreno. G. Cummings. B. England. M. Illithorpe. C. Lee. S. Hagberg. M. Zamoreno. S. Hasty. Abstain. E. Hagberg.
Aye. By an overwhelming majority, the motion passes. Sawyer has been censured. Sit down, young man. Assemblyman Hagberg, please put on your jacket. You're in a formal assembly. We will now move to AB 2069. Would the sponsor and opposition please rise? Can we please have your bill?
Yeah.
Do you need your bill back? Or are you good? Assemblywoman, you may now make your motion.
I move to approve Bill 2069.
Assembly Bill number 2069 is introduced by Assemblymember Stevens. It is an act to amend the government code relating to cannabis.
Assemblywoman, you may present the case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Stevens. Mr. Chair and honorable members, I rise today in support of this bill because it promotes fairness, protects equal employment opportunities,
and prevents discrimination against qualified individuals who legally use medical cannabis to treat a legitimate medical condition. For some individuals, medical cannabis is recommended by doctors as a necessary part of treating a qualifying medical condition, and in some cases, it may be required for them to manage their symptoms and maintain their quality for life. These individuals should not lose employment opportunities simply because they are following a legal treatment plan. This bill ensures that people are judged by their qualifications, work ethic, and ability to perform their jobs rather than by a lawful medical treatment. Every hardworking person deserves a fair opportunity to succeed. I respectfully ask for your support on AB 2069. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Stevens. We will now move to the opposition. Assemblywoman England, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This allows workers to use weed on the job. So imagine you take your family to go to a restaurant, and all of a sudden the chef is eating edibles, and then one drops into the pancake batter that's going to be served to your kid. Now your kid is exposed to weed and could be ingesting weed.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Assemblyman Jakes, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Jakes. I am in complete agreement with my partner. And also, imagine this. You are a worker building a house with someone who smokes weed medically. Now, this guy, he is very high on weed. Next thing you know, the house collapses on you, and you are in heaven seeing God. Guess what happened? The man was high. He made a mistake. The house killed him.
Assemblywoman Stevens, you have a 30-second rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Stevens, through you to my colleague, Brian England. The gummies are recommended by doctors to take before their shift so they won't have it dropping in the food. And it's only given a small dosage, so it's not like the rest of the homeless people outside in skid rowing on the ground. But it's really helpful, and it calms all kinds of conditions. Thank you.
We will now open the floor to debate. Assemblywoman Seeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Seeley, what do you mean by like conditions?
Assemblywoman Stevens, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Stevens, through you to the body. Just really just conditions in general, like ADHD or all kinds of other conditions. You just can't really handle on your own. Thank you.
I didn't see anyone new, so we're gonna move to. Okay, I'll do one on this side because I do one on this side. Assemblyman Zamorano. You guys are the same.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Zamorano. Am I allowed two things?
Just one.
Just one. Okay, I gotta think real quick. I'm gonna say, okay. Does this apply to all workers, including people who may work at somewhere like Burger King?
Assemblywoman Stevens, you can respond quickly.
Yes.
Okay, we will now move. The discussion is over. That is highly unprofessional, sir. We will move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? That was one that, well, the ayes have it. Please, all those in support, please rise. You can't support this. This is wrong. 5, 8, 9, 10, 14, 16, 19. All those opposed, please rise. The bill passes. One second.
I personally believe that this is object
Okay, we're going to move forward because we're running low on time. We want to speed this thing along. Can Assemblyman G. Stewart please come up? And the opposition to Bill SB 1377. Can we have your bill? Okay, Assemblyman, you may make your motion.
I move to approve SB 1377.
Senate Bill 1377, offered by Assemblymember G. Stewart, is a bill dealing with the health and safety code to the insurance code relating to immunizations.
Assemblyman Stewart, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Stewart, may I have my bill back?
Yes, you may. You have 2 minutes starting now.
All right. So, first of all, I just wanted to go over the main point of what this bill is doing. Overall, the main purpose of this bill is to ensure the safety of students against harmful immunizations and to protect the accountability of surgeons and physicians. So first of all, existing law forces all students to have proper immunization against specific diseases, but children should be exempt from immunization if a surgeon or physician evaluates that certain immunization would be harmful for said students under their current medical or health circumstances. Secondly, this bill will also protect physicians and surgeons who are just doing their jobs by correctly assessing the current medical condition of the student and what the result of giving them an immunization could possibly affect them in a negative way. Thirdly, this bill would require proper filing for the surgeons and physicians' evaluation of why a student can't accept immunization by the student's parents or guardians, so that students can keep attending school or institutions without being required to have immunization if it affects their health in a harmful way.
Thank you, Assemblyman Stewart. Assemblyman Larson, you will have 1 minute in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Larson. I oppose this bill because it limits oversight of medical exemptions and weakens the state's ability to ensure that they meet consistent standards. While legitimate exemptions should always be protected, public health safeguards are essential to prevent abuse and reduce the risk of disease outbreaks in all the schools. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Assemblywoman Ella Thorpe,
Yes.
you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind the body that these are very dangerous diseases, that the bill removes children from getting vaccinated. It's optional, and it's hepatitis B, measles, tetanus, chicken pox. These vaccinations are optional, and making them optional can cause illness to the community and even death.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Assemblyman Stewart, you have a 30-second rebuttal period.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Stewart. In response to my esteemed colleagues, I just wanted to say this bill will also, so basically, these students that are being, held from getting immunized can actually still have immunizations to a certain extent, as long as it follows the department's standards. So there are a lot of things, like she was mentioning, the different sorts of diseases that are very bad, and most of them, they can still have vaccinated done unto them, and it will protect them from getting those. But it'll still allow kids to be able to go to those schools because they have that filing done. Would you want your kid going to school if they have a vaccination that is harming them? Or would you rather go to school if they're healthy and they have most of the vaccinations they need? Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman. We will now open the floor to discussion. No one, new people. Assemblywoman Morial. Oh my. The question has been called and seconded. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. The nays have it. Oh man, I wanted to keep talking about that one. All those in favor, okay, all those in favor, please rise. I'm calling the question. We're calling the question to go to a vote. 1, 4, 5, 9, 11, 15, 18. That's the majority. We will now move to a vote. All those in favor of SB 1377, please rise. Everyone in favor. 3. It passes. What's up?
No, wait, that was Assemblyman Memorial. The air is by chance on if you listen. We will now take a moment of silence for the air. We will now move to the next bill. Would my pro temp please step forward? I'm going to have my official pro temp step forward for this one in a minute. Sorry. Assemblywoman Morial, please stand up and move to the stand because it's your bill. Opposition?
No. You are censored. You cannot talk and sit down.
I move to approve Assembly Bill 2017.
Assembly Bill 2017, introduced by Assemblymember E. Morial, is an act related to the Education Code and the Government Code relating to state holidays.
Ms. Morrell, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Assembly Bill 2017 would allow holidays that are designated by the president to become designated as state holidays. It would not label them as judicial holidays, but it would allow students and workers to have the day off with paid leave or get the paid leave credit to do so. These holidays include Columbus Day, Admission Day, Diwali, Lunar New Year, Eid al-Fitr, Eid al-Adha, and Genocide Remembrance Day. And these holidays, all recognized by the president, would permit students to take the day off. Particularly with the Middle Eastern cultures, it is Eid al-Adha is their version of Christmas. And so it would allow those students to take those days off with excused absences for their celebrations. They celebrate these holidays with morning prayers, gifts, sweets, kind of like you would expect us to exchange gifts on Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Stewart, you can proceed.
I stand in firm opposition of this bill, and I would like to give my time to my colleague.
Thank you, everyone.
Please address the speaker.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. Assemblyman Hagberg. If we look here, I would like to, first of all, clear a mistake. This bill actually exempts Columbus Day because the left believes Columbus was a racist, which isn't true. He was an awesome guy. But this exempts Columbus Day as one of those holidays within the bill, if you read the bill, not the digest, the bill. This particularly frequently comes up as Muslim and Hindu holidays. Muslim and Hindu holidays are favored. There's nothing about Passover, nothing about any other religion's holidays, just particularly Hindu and Muslim holidays, which are being favored by our country for some reason, by the left right now. Also, there's more days off with paid leave, less people working, more days off. They can use vacation days for those days off. That's why vacation days exist. And also, while I don't believe in the separation of church and state, our state practices the ideologies of the separation of church and state. So why are we doing more religious-based holidays for particular religions that we're favoring when we're trying to fight for a separation of church and state, apparently. In addition to that, with less people around, there's going to be more days in which all of your favorite businesses are closed, and that would suck. It shows favoritism, and also, it also extends to students. And as I'll tell you a story, my teacher took 3 days off total the entire year. And I skipped my entire World War II unit because of it. And it made it so that when I got to my, this is for my AP.
Please finish your sentence and stop speaking.
What?
Please finish your sentence and stop
Okay,
speaking.
and it made it so that when I got to my AP test and my LEQ was on World War II, I failed. So we can't have more days off.
All right, thank you. You can have your 30-second rebuttal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would want to allow students to have their version of Christmas, no matter what religion it is, and we would like to do this for all religions. And as far as the holidays go, it is not just Middle Eastern cultures. I just wanted to, I was explaining the importance of that one specifically. Also, Cesar Chavez Day and Admission Day, which is the day that we remember and celebrate California becoming the 31st state. Thank you.
All right, we now move to discussion. Assemblyman Shaw.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Assemblyman Shaw, I call the question.
Okay, now we will vote to call the question. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Ayes have it. Let's go. Okay. The body has heard the testimony. All those in favor of signify by saying aye. All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Nays have it.
Division.
Guys, was everyone aware that she said all those in favor say aye? No, okay. Let's just redo that real quick. Is there a technical way of saying let's redo that real quick? We're gonna redo that real quick.
Please stop talking. You're out of order. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Nay. Okay. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. Nays have it.
I'm sorry, no.
Gabriel's passed, right? Did Gabriel's pass? Gabe's passed. That one failed. We are now moving on to AB 1538, presented by Assemblyman Fisenko, and please have the support and opposition come to the stage. Not stage. Come on. Words. Yeah. Oh man, that's beautiful. Okay, you may make your motion.
I move to approve AB 1538.
Assembly Bill number 1538 is introduced by Assemblymember Fazenko. It is an act amending the penal code relating to crimes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You may now go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Fisenko. First, I will give you the technical proposition and then the more simplified proposition. So the technical proposition is AB 1538 would make it unlawful for any elected official under color of authority to retaliate or exert political retribution against any person for exercising a constitutionally protected right. In simpler terms, it basically makes it so that a elected official, so someone in power, can't abuse the power to conduct political retribution against an individual who is using their constitutional given rights. The pluses of this is that, again, it would be it would prevent abuse of power, but although the bureaucracy might be increased a little bit, it would also prevent it so that the abuse of power would be present, and so there would be a lack of abuse of power because of this. That's all.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Assemblywoman Jakes, you are up.
Thank you, Sir Speaker. I give my time to my colleague.
Okay, Assemblywoman Ella Thorpe.
Yeah, you got it.
You have a minute and 50 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill says that if an individual is in a government position, abuses its power, the individual is removed from office but can run again. I think that we should not change the law. We need to keep the other half of the bill that states that if they abuse their power and lose their position, they should not be allowed to run again. If they are unable to run again, they can abuse their power just as easily.
Thank you. You will now have a 30-second rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Fisenko. Through you to my colleague, there was a amendment to the bill removing that section which said that it would be a removal of office permanently, but it does not say specifically that it would be allowed to run again. They said that it would be a removal from office, and so it might be implied that they're not allowed to run again, or they might. It's not clarified. So we could amend that, but it is not required.
Okay, seeing that the rebuttal is over, we will now move to discussion. Seeing that there is no one new to discuss, we're going to just move forward for time to a vote. All those in favor of AB 1538, please stand. Stand. The motion passes. Point of information. I'm trying to get new people to stand up. Like, it's always Chase and Jaden. Can we? Come on, guys. We are now presenting AB 1803. Would Assemblywoman Lime and the opposition please come up?
This is very tall. My goodness.
I'll help.
Thank you.
You may make the motion.
I move to approve Bill 1803.
Assembly Bill number 1803, introduced by Assemblymember Lai, is an act to amend the government code relating to employment.
This bill amends section 12950.1 of the government code relating to employment, and it was made to require anti-hate speech training during the already required sexual harassment training in the workplace. And this bill can increase safety in the workplace by educating people on how to be respectful and speak respectfully. And from 2019 to 2022 alone, the number of hate crimes against Black Californians nearly tripled, hate crimes against Latinos almost doubled, and hate crimes against Asians more than tripled. And hate crimes in California, just in general, any hate crimes, increased by 159.9% over the last decade.
In its letter of support, Equality California states that this gap leaves employees vulnerable to hostile working environments while also leaving employers without clear guidance on how to prevent and address these behaviors. So AB 1803 is specifically designed to close this gap. And the California Fair Employment and Housing Act already makes specified employment practices unlawful, including the harassment of an employee, but this added amendment will help prevent hate crimes before they happen instead of only punishing those who've committed the crimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Lai. We will now move to the opposition. Assemblywoman Cruz, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Assemblywoman Lai. I'm strongly opposing this amendment of the bill because not every store has the funds to provide an additional 2 hours of anti-hate speech classes, and I ask that Assemblyman Morial gets the rest of my time.
Assemblyman Morial, you will have 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Morial, Bill number 1803, I strongly stand against it. What this bill would do, every 2 years, the workers would have to have their, to go in for training. But what this bill, you were mentioning, my opponent was mentioning that that workers are vulnerable to hate crimes. I believe that this is another unuseful DEI agenda, and these hate crimes, when the census, what do you call it? When they take people's opinions on it, their view is not defined correctly. The harassment was defined out of an overly sympathetic view when these surveys were taking place. This is a pointless bill. It doesn't add anything but an amendment that clarifies that the bill would be reinstated in 2028. So this bill is already law. It is, by definition, useless. This idea doesn't benefit the workers. However, this idea does benefit the workers that sexual harassment training would be given, but it is, again, already law, so there's no point in this.
Please finish your thought.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now have a 30-second rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, since there is already a law that to help with sexual harassment training, then this would actually not be very expensive and would be very easy to implement because you only have to add 2 hours on top of it instead of creating a whole new program to stop hate crimes. And yeah, thank you.
The assembly may now be open for discussion. Oh, Assemblywoman Jakes. Oh my dear Lord. The question has been called and seconded. We will now move to a vote to call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? Nays have it. We will continue debate. Assemblyman Jakes. The question has been called and seconded. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. The ayes have it. The question has been called. No. Okay, all those opposed? The ayes have it. All those in favor of calling the question, please stand up. Micah Zamorano, for point of information, Micah Zamorano called the question, I believe. That's 11, 15, 16. The question has been called. We will now move to a vote. All those in favor, please rise. The bill fails.
Point of order.
Point of order, yes?
We have 9 bills left.
Yeah, that's not a point of order. That's out of order. I got him next. Assemblyman Luna. Oh, yes. Assemblyman Morial is now the new whip. If I see Assemblyman Stewart standing, I will scream at him. Assemblyman Morial refuses the position of whip. Please figure out everything before you make announcements. Assemblyman Luna.
Point of clarification, Mr.
No,
Morial.
that's not a thing. Point of clarification is not a thing.
Point of information.
Yes, Mr. Luna.
Mr. Morial came up to me asking to be with, and he's some type of a practical jokester, I guess. Thank you.
Assemblyman Morial.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Morial. I changed my mind.
Assemblyman Morial has been the speaker. If I see Assemblyman Stewart standing, I will yell at him. We will now move to the next bill. Would the sponsor and the Assemblyman Zamorano, you move to censure Chase Luna. We have a second. Assemblyman Hayward, I have to make an announcement. This is communicating, and as far as your censure goes, you're not allowed to do that. So saying uncensure Sawyer is against your censure, and this is your paper. So I will not rip it, but it has been confiscated. Please stop speaking to the assembly. You've been censured. We will now move to debate about the censorship of Assemblyman Luna. You may have the floor, Assemblyman Zamorano, for presenting the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblyman Zamorano, and I think we can all notice a trend here in this room. It's that Chase Luna stands up, and then Chase Luna sits back down without speaking. And I think it'll just save his legs the hassle if he doesn't have to stand up anymore.
That is not secondable. That is out of order. We will continue in debate. Assemblywoman Seeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Seeley, I call the question.
You guys call the question one more time. Okay. The question has been called and seconded. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. We're going to have to redo that. Assemblyman Hayward, is he allowed to vote still? He can vote, right? Okay, then yeah, we're good. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, but division. So, all those in favor, please rise. Oh, dear Lord, I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24. All those in opposition, please rise. For the last time, Mr. Luna, you are standing. I'm sorry, Mr. Luna, but the ayes have it. You have been censured. No, we already called the question, I believe. We already had, it was an aye-nay vote for call. Okay, that was a call to question. Let's move to the actual vote. All those who would like to censure Mr. Luna, please rise. Wow, that's a lot less people who want to actually censure him. Well, no, you cannot, you have to be, okay, so all those, that's 2, 4, 6, 7, all those opposed to censuring Mr. Luna, please rise. Oh man, some people aren't voting here. You cannot vote twice, sir. 3, 5, 8, 9. Oh crap, you're still censured. We will now take a 5-minute recess. Okay, you can call a caucus.
So this is what it's like to be speaker. I'm never going to accomplish this in any of the years at City on the Hill. Huh? I hope so. I mean, I'm going to my junior year. So I have 2 more.
Yes, sir. Assembly, can we please take our seats? Thank you. We are in session. Assembly. New whip was chosen during, for the constitutionalists. There is a new whip. Gear is the whip. So just, Gear's our whip right now. Party leader remains Chase. I didn't get the choice. We are now moving into session. We will reconvene. Assemblywoman Morial. Information? Like if you have a question, that's the point of information.
Personal privilege. I would like to report a theft.
That is definitely a point of personal privilege. What happened?
Somebody stole Smarties.
Someone stole your Smarties. That's not enough for a small claims court and is insignificant, so we're gonna have to move forward. Assemblyman Shaw, did you steal the Smartie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Cha, I move to vacate the chair.
It's technically allowed, but for time purposes. You could just say that it's been overruled by the Lieutenant. Hey, we know how this is gonna end. We don't need to wait for time. I don't want to do this. Okay, guys. I love my job. Okay, guys, there's been a movement to vacate the chair. Is there a second? No second. Does not move. There was no second. I couldn't hear it, so it doesn't count. We're moving forward. We are going to move forward to AB 159 by E. Zamorano. Will the supporter and opposition of the bill please come forward? You may make your motion. Wait, is this the experimental drugs one? Yeah. The one that your brother? Wait, no, Teddy did it. Okay, you may now present your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to approve Bill 159.
Assembly Bill 159 is introduced by Assemblymember E. Zamorano. It amends the Health and Safety Code relating to drugs and devices.
Assemblywoman Zamorano, you will have to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My bill is about giving patients who are terminally ill or about to die drugs that have not been FDA approved but have passed Section 1. And this can be for patients who either do not have enough money to buy the real medication from the hospital, or have already gotten the medication from the hospital and it has not worked, so they are looking out for second options. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. We will now move to the opposition. You will have 1 minute each. Assemblywoman Morales. The mic's off.
Sorry. Hello? Okay. Thank you, Speaker Hagberg. Why would you think that giving this medicine that is not FDA approved to patients, whether they be old, by the way, why do you think that'd be okay? Why would that be morally correct in any way? The FDA is there for safety reasons, and they know everything about these situations. I'd like to give my time over to my partner.
Assemblyman PC will have 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker Hagberg. Okay. Yesterday you were quoted saying, "Why would we test on a young, healthy person when we can on an older person?" I'm wondering if you still
You
stand
can't say
by
that. That is out of order. He can say that. It's fully within his First Amendment rights. Please continue.
I'm just wondering if you still stand by that, valuing one life over another when I believe that you stand on the party platform that all lives are equal and should be treated equally. Thank you.
Is that all? We will now move to a 30-second rebuttal. Assemblywoman Zamrano.
Okay, so to start,
Please address the speaker.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. To start with, Mrs. Morales, I think it is okay because one is voluntary and passing Section 1 means it is okay for humans to use. It's just that it is not FDA approved yet, and also they go through many requirements before the patient is allowed to take them. And for Mr. I forgot your last name, sorry. Hasty. Wait, can my time be paused? Okay, never mind. Basically, I misspoke and I was just obviously said it
You're
very
out of
wrong.
time. You may finish the thought.
I did finish, sorry.
I'm sorry. We will now be moving to the floor. Behind the tables. Assemblywoman Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Morales. Through you, Mr. Chair. Does Assemblywoman Zamorano think it's okay to end an elder person's life even faster than
Assemblywoman Zamorano, you may defend yourself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, yesterday I misspoke, and what I meant to say, well, kind of what I was saying earlier was that passing Section 1 means that it is safe for humans, and the worst thing that could happen is not worsen the condition, just nothing happens at all, and that basically it's basically two wins. So if nothing happens, then the business or person who gave the patient the drug or medication gets basically kind of free information, and if it does work, that means you just got someone, like your family member saved or your friend or etc.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Hagberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Hagberg. I move to call a question.
Second.
The question has been called and seconded. We will now vote on calling the question. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The nays have it. I didn't hear no division. Okay, the division was called. All those in support of calling the question, please stand up. 3, 6, 9. The motion passes. Fails. We will continue debate. Assemblyman Fisenko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Fisenko. Point of clarification. In my understanding, point of clarification.
Clarification is a point of information.
Okay, fine. Point of information. In my understanding, this would mean that they get to choose whether to get and take that experimental drug or not. Correct?
You may respond, Assemblywoman.
Yes.
Okay. Assemblywoman Renteria.
I wanted to ask, how do they know if they haven't tested it on humans before that it wouldn't cause them to foam to the mouth or suffer even more, like if they give it to the person dying? And instead of them living longer, it just causes them to die even worse than how they were originally supposed to.
You may respond.
So like I said earlier, Section 1 means it is technically safe for humans, and that will not make them die earlier. It will just either mean nothing's going to happen, or they'll just, like, get better. And actually, that's all.
Assemblyman Morial.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Moriel. First of all, Section 1, I also spoke about the Health and Safety Code, and only 32%, at least 32% of FDA-approved medications actually worsen a person's condition. So something that's not even passing the FDA-approved mark That's pretty scary for me. And also, I'd like to say that, so say if there was like a grandma who really, like she was just in really dire conditions, and you could just take this really experimental drug, and it would save her. Like, is that what you're saying? That's what would happen? What if she dies?
I'm not going to allow you to respond to that one. Assemblyman Stewart. The one standing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, sir. Assemblyman Drew Stewart here. I called the question.
Oh my God. That is out of order. You, not you. The question has been called and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please, at the same volume, please say nay. The ayes have it. Question was called. I heard a division. All those in favor of calling the question, please rise. The question has been called. We will now move to a vote. All those in favor of AB 159, please rise. The motion passes. Never again. We are now moving to the next one. AB 1930. Would the supporters in opposition to the bill please rise? Yay! Assemblyman Luna gets to have a voice. If you make this about your censorship, you will be silenced. That is out of order, Assemblyman Zamorano. You may present the motion.
Assembly Bill number 1930, introduced by Assemblymember Cummings, is an act to amend the Civil Code relating to civil law.
Assemblywoman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Cummings, I'm supporting the amendments to Bill AB 1930, which states that if you are caught sharing medical information about any being with anyone, you will be fined up to $15,000 by the Attorney General. I think you should vote for this amendment because I believe that a person's personal life shouldn't be revealed to the public without their consent. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. The opposition will now have 1 minute each.
This bill also applies to young children who aren't mentally developed yet. So these children could decide to get surgeries, to become transgender, or to have birth to a child, and their parents would not know. I would like to give the rest of my time.
Assemblyman, you will have 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Nothing is said for me. I have nothing to say.
What's that division? Assemblyman Stewart, that is out of order. We will now move to a 30-second rebuttal. Assemblywoman Cummings?
No comment.
No comment. This one was fast. Record 1 minute. Okay, now let's move to discussion on the floor. Assemblywoman Stevens. You guys are so lame. The question has been called and seconded. All of those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. All those in favor of calling the question, please rise. All those opposed? Oh, dear Lord. I have it. The question has been called. All those in favor of Assemblywoman Cummings' Bill AB 1930, please stand. Support. The motion fails. Well, no, I'll wait for the rest of you to stand up. Stand up. Oh, that's a lot more. 3, 5, 8, 10,
13, 16, 19, 20. Oh my gosh, we got 20 votes. The bill passes. Whoever thinks they're funny saying division every time, you're so funny. Assemblyman, Aaron, I just want to say thank you for carrying the mic. Be the goat. I would like to. I will entertain the motion to censor the two censored people. Does anyone want to do that? No one would like to make that motion. You cannot second. You have to make the motion yourself. I'm just entertaining the motion. Assemblyman Drew Stewart. The movement has been made and seconded. We will now move to debate. Assemblyman Drew Stewart, why do you want to make this motion? You got it? You got to speak in the mic?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, sir. Speaker, sir. Assemblyman Drew Stewart. Because he's just yapping. Like, he just yaps all day. And, like, nobody wants to listen to him. Like, yep, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
We will now open the floor to debate. Assemblywoman Seeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Seeley, I call the question.
Oh, dear
Lord.
You're amazing. The question has been called and seconded. All those in favor of calling the question, please rise. The question has been called. It is passed. We will now move to a vote. All those in favor, I will entertain. Well, no, we can just do a raising vote. All those in favor of censoring Micah Zamorano, please rise. Oh my gosh. 3, 5, 9, 12, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. More people than wanted to censor Sawyer. The motion passes. Assemblyman Zamorano, please take a seat. Oh, you're next? Oh, that's fun. Assemblywoman England with AB 2664, please come to the stand. You are speaking in the assembly. That is not allowed. You are censured. That is way out of order and not appropriate, young man. Censor him. That is out of order. You are not allowed to speak in this assembly. Assemblywoman England, you may consent the motion.
I move to approve AB 2664.
Assembly Bill number 2664, introduced by Assemblymember B. England, is an act to amend the penal code relating to crimes.
Assemblywoman, you may now speak.
I would just like to say...
Please address the speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to say that I am strongly for freedom of speech, and that is something that I'm willing to fight for, and that I think that many men and women in our country have fought for, so I'm not saying that freedom of speech is not okay here. I strongly advocate for that. But imagine you and your family are walking out of a worship center, and all of a sudden, you and your children, or your husband, or your wife, or whoever it is threatened by some crazy, violent protesters just because of your freedom of religion, just because you were worshiping in a worship center. This bill will make a 100-foot buffer zone from the exit of your worship area, whatever your worship area is, and so they cannot protest within 100 feet of the exit of the building that you are worshiping at. So this protects your freedom of religion, and it will also protect the freedom of speech, because if after the 100-foot buffer zone, they can go and protest you, they can hold up their signs or whatever as that you're exiting, but they cannot come in within 100 feet of the exit. You can still make your point as the protester, you just can't make someone your captive audience at the doorway. The First Amendment protects expression, the freedom of expression, not intimidation, so we want to protect that and make sure that is protected for the worshipers as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman England. Assemblywoman Jakes, you're up. You have a minute.
Once again, I will give all my time to my colleague.
Okay, Assemblyman, you have a minute and 42 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Zamorano. Now, my colleague, Mrs. England, says that she is for freedom of speech. But you guys know who started taking away freedom of speech little by little by little by little, I'll save you the mind trouble. It was Nazi Germany, all right? Nazi Germany slowly started taking away freedom of speech. And this is just, so if you're 99 feet away from a prison, or sorry, not a prison, a church, you're gonna get charged with a crime? That's unbelievable. It's like the speed limit. While the speed limit does say 65, I guarantee you, if she has her license, she's gone 66, maybe even 70, and she is advocating for this bill, which is just a speed limit for distance. So that's why you should not vote for this bill.
I object to the consideration of this question. We will not be speaking about breaking any laws in this building. It's not I'm saying it's not appropriate to talk about breaking laws. That is not out of order. Assemblywoman, you are getting a 30-second rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to address the fact that Mr. Zamorano is going on about Nazi Germany and speed limits, and we're talking about worship right now. So it seems like my colleague, my not-so-esteemed colleague, is a little unprepared for this discussion.
We will not allow any slander. We will now move to a floor discussion. God promise it's not about calling that question. Yeah, bro. That's out of order. You're not allowed to speak. Assemblywoman Morales.
Thank you, Speaker, Mr. Hagberg. I would like to mention that even though we were talking about the whole buffer zone, why does it only specify that hate speech to worship churches? Or to worship centers, when hate speech happens everywhere, anywhere. So there's always a risk, no matter where you're at. It doesn't only specify to Christians. So I believe that this bill is not completely accurate.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Assemblyman Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Stewart. I stand in support of this bill, and I would like to state that it doesn't really matter how far or how close, like the 99-foot thing, like my esteemed colleague here was saying. The point of this is to allow people to have free will to go along with the rest of their day and not be forced to be stopped by people who they want to hear nothing about. It is not stopping those people from saying those things. It's just stopping those people from taking physical action within 100 feet.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Assemblyman Jakes. You can't? That is out of order. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Jakes. I move to call the question.
Stand up.
The question, that was out of order. The question has been called and seconded. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Yay. The ayes have it. Division. All those in favor, please rise. Of calling the question, that's 2, 3, 6, 9, 11, 14, 17. Okay. All those opposed? Yeah, I think the question has been called. We will now... That is out of order, sir! We will now move to voting on AB 2664. All those in favor, please rise. No, you guys hate Jesus? I'm not allowed to say that. I am out of order. 3, 7, 9. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. You're allowed to abstain from voting. The bill passes. Assemblyman, you are censured, please. That you need to be called for. Assemblyman Morial, you are out of order, but yes.
But I'd also like to reinstate that we should try to be respectful as we're live streaming and we're doing a serious session. We could still make jokes, but could we try to keep it not crazy, please? Thank you.
I stand in agreement of the Assemblyman Moriel. We should be not slandering other people on the stands as well. That's important. Seeing that there is no further discussing, we're going to go to the next bill. Would the supporter... Okay, well, that's not something you can appeal, young man. Assemblywoman Moriel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules that you can call the question.
You have to do it for the sake of something. What's the sake of?
For the sake of not
My
having
sanity.
discussion for our fellow assembly members.
The suspension of the
chance.
rules will go straight to a vote. Is it out of order? There's no motion on the table. You can't just suspend anything you want. We can't just suspend any rules we want. I'm sorry, that's out of order. Assemblywoman Morales. Assemblywoman Renteria. I'm making my way downtown, moving fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Renteria. I move to uncensure Mr. Hagberg.
Moved once. I'm not censured. You are out of order. We will now.
Sawyer.
The movement has been made with no second. Well, there's been a second. I didn't hit it, so yes, it's been seconded. We will now move to debate on the uncensorship of Sawyer Hagberg. You may now state your case, Ms. Renteria.
I want to uncensure him because I believe that anyone can say he was just stating his opinions on what was going on, and I feel that was unfair.
Clapping is a form of communication, Mr. Zamorano and Mr. Luna. I'm saying you're out of order. Now we will move to debate Assemblyman Fasenko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Fasenko. I believe that Sawyer Hagberg should be uncensored because he makes the assembly much more amusing and also entertaining for all of us.
Assemblywoman Morales.
I would just like to state that I will be changing whips. My new whip from now on will be Spencer Heasty.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Zamorano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we're uncensoring Sawyer, then we should also uncensure Micah.
That is
Thank
a
you.
separate motion and out of order. Assemblyman, that is a second motion and out of order. We will have no further debate. Point of order, Sawyer's hasn't been censured the whole time because I made the motion, and as a speaker, I'm not allowed to make motions. Sawyer is not censured. That is out of order! You can. We're going to move on, though, because we have things to do, guys. AB 1084. Would the supporters and opposition please come up? You may make the motion now, Assemblywoman.
I motion for the bill of 1084.
Assembly Bill number 1084, introduced by Assemblymember Ellithorpe, is a act related to the Civil Code relating to civil rights.
Assemblywoman, you may now speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill helps everyone feel more equal, no matter their gender, race, religion, medical condition. This bill requires a retail department store that sells childcare items, clothes, toys, and more to have a gender-neutral section. And I think we should support this bill because this helps people that may still be deciding their gender feel more comfortable, and people that might not want to decide, like, if, okay, for instance, I sometimes like playing with Legos, and it's more of a guy thing. You should have that option for both genders. And also, nobody should feel pressured to pick which side they should shop from. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. The opposition will get a minute each.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Ms. Assemblywoman Ellie Ford. I'm opposing this bill because after thoroughly reading it, the word usage is very vague and it's hard to enforce because it's not only unclear of how retail stores can implement this bill, but it's also costly, and it entails that the stores would have to possibly renovate their stores to make a new section for this gender neutral area, and not every store would be able to do that. Passing my rest of my time over here.
Assemblywoman, you may now go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblywoman Morales. This bill is very unnecessary, yes. Even though the majority of stores has certain toys and materials for a specific gender, there are places that have gender-neutral materials or toys for all humans, man, woman, and babies. This is a waste of funds, and stores have the rights to set up however they want and whatever is most profitable for them. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Assemblywoman. Assemblyman Luna, communication is in the manner of writing, and you're censured and not allowed to participate in that. Mouthing words is also communicating. Okay, you done? I'm sorry, you can continue. Okay, Assemblywoman, you may now have a 30-second rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to kind of clarify what the bill states, and it says employees with 500 or more staff in it, and that can be like Walmart's, Target's, kind of just depends, but it's a lot of employment. And I just feel like this really does help our community feel more comfortable, and as well as the people, because we all want people to feel comfortable in where they're living and places that they're shopping for. And so I just really feel like y'all's comments wasn't very justified.
Okay, we will now move to a floor discussion. Assemblyman Higberg. He hasn't got to talk for 12 bills. Assemblyman?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Assemblyman Hegberg.
That is out of order.
To my highly esteemed colleague in support of this bill, I have a question to ask through the speaker to yourself. Don't most stores already have a gender-neutral toy section or a baby clothes section? I'm just curious because, like, last time I was at Walmart, I mean, they had some pretty cool Pokemon cards, but that's besides the point. There was, like, plenty of neutral sections. So, does this bill really need to be passed?
You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this I probably should have clarified a little bit more. It kind of states in the bill that you can list as a gender-neutral section so that people better know in the store where they can locate those things.
Assemblywoman Moriel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of parliamentary procedure. I was the one who moved to censure Sawyer and not Mr. Speaker.
I made the movement to censure Sawyer. That's also out of order. Yeah, things happens. Assemblyman Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Moreno. I would like to contend that the comfort of an individual is extremely subjective, and stores are called convenience stores. Far be it from me to inconvenience a convenience store. Thank you.
We will now move, because for the sake of time, we're at 5 minutes. We will now move to a vote. All those in favor, please rise. All those opposed? The motion fails. I will entertain the motion of uncensoring all censored people. Does anyone want to make that motion? Assemblyman, that's not something you can second. Assemblyman Stewart. You're standing. Would you like to make a motion? The motion has been made in second. We will now go to a debate. Why would you like to do this, Assemblyman Stewart?
and I have had to take over as party leader and have to elect a new whip, and it is a little frustrating to chase. And also, I don't think other people that are censored should be censored.
Yeah, it's kind of lame. We're gonna Assemblyman Hagberg.
Is there a way I can make an amendment so that it's only Chase Luna who
Nope.
gets uncensored?
Nuh-uh, do not laugh. That's a form of communication. We're now gonna continue discussion. Saying that there's only a person to call the question, we will now move to vote. All those in favor of uncensoring Micah Zamorano and Chase Luna, please rise. I would like to, before the vote continues, imagine you pay for this camp and then you sit here and say nothing the whole time. That'd be lame. 12. The motion passes. All are uncensored. Assemblyman C. Lee with SB 1128, please come forward. Nah, you did it twice, bro. Twice. Not happening. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. Not happening. Shame on you. Assemblyman Lee, please present the motion.
I move to censor Micah.
The movement has been seconded, but for the sake of time, the parliamentarian has vetoed that. We will now move forward.
Thank you.
Assemblyman, please present the motion of the bill.
I move to approve Senate Bill 1128.
Lieutenant Governor?
Testing. Okay. Senate Bill number 1128, introduced by Mr. C. Lee, is an act adding to the education code relating to pupils.
May I have my bill back?
Yes. That is out of order, but yeah. Assemblyman, you may have the floor for 2 minutes.
Okay. What this bill does is it reduces screen time, unnecessary screen time for students in kindergarten and transitional kindergarten. And how it does this is by prohibiting schools from requiring kindergarten and transitional kindergarten students from taking home school-issued electronic devices. Why this is important because technology use is not good for these little kids. Like kindergartners and transitional kindergarten kids do not need to use technology, and these unnecessary screen time can increase the impacts on sleep and attention, and this also could impact online safety. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Assemblyman. You cannot second that. That is out of order. Assemblywoman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Assemblywoman Lai. I oppose this bill because devices are used in everyday life, and it's important to teach students how to responsibly use them from a young age. Otherwise, when they grow up, they can abuse their devices and get into trouble. And also, this promotes equality for students of all ages because it's important for everyone to be able to use a device. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Assemblywoman Cummings, you will have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Cummings. So I oppose this bill because it basically states that kindergartners aren't allowed to do something unless we tell them, which if you ever met a kindergartner, that already happens. Which means this bill is not only a waste of time, but also our money. We will be wasting taxpayer dollars to process legislation that has no benefit.
Assemblyman Stewart, please sit down. You're not the whip. Thank you. You will now have a 30-second rebuttal. Yes. That is out of order. It's not a point of order. That's a point of information. Please wait. Assemblyman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Lee. To Assemblywoman Cummings, I want to say I think it's more waste of money to require the students to take the devices because that's going to cause the school district or the government to spend more money on distributing the electronic devices, which is not necessary in this age.
And I just think that kindergarteners should not be using like iPads or computers. They're like, their brains are not developed enough to process these bad things.
Okay, we will now open the floor discussion. Mr. Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Point of information, my new whip is back to Mr. Stewart.
Thank you. Assemblyman Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Cha, I call the question.
Oh my gosh. The call to question has been made and seconded. All those in favor of calling question, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have. All those in favor of calling the question, please rise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. The question has been called. Let's move to a vote. All those in favor of. What's bill number?
1128.
1128. That's over. Sorry. Of Assembly Bill 1128, please stand. The bill passes. Yeah. Passed. Assemblyman Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to vacate the chair.
We're going to go directly to a vote. All those in favor of vacating the chair, please rise. It fails. We will now be moving to the next bill. Assemblyman Sawyer Hegberg with AB 28. Please come forward.
And the last one passed. Passed. Georgia failed.
Wait, Georgia, you failed your bill, right? I don't remember.
Georgia pass-throughs. Ellithorpe passed through. Seeley passed his. That's 3 passes.
You may now make a motion, Assemblyman. Yes, Assemblyman. Yes, you may. You do not have to ask. We made that rule at the beginning.
I move to, wow, that's loud. I move to pass, I move to approve Senate Bill 28.
It's a Assembly bill.
Assembly Bill number 28, introduced by Assemblymember S. Hagberg, is an act to amend the Revenue and Taxation Code related to firearms.
You may now speak, Assemblyman. 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Members of the Assembly. This bill, Senate Bill 28, is adding a little tax to firearms. And I know not everyone's a big fan of taxes, but it's actually a really good purpose. Number one, all it's going to do is apply to businesses. And instead of paying sales tax and stuff like that, they pay this 11% tax. People who are in law enforcement and small businesses are unaffected, so it will not affect them. What this 11% tax is going to do is affect their gross receipts, and all of the money from those taxes go straight to a gun safety and damage prevention fund, which teaches kids and other people throughout California how to safely treat guns and how to not be hurt by them in an active shooter situation. I mean, it's for the children. Come on, guys. Thank you.
You cannot second that. The opposition will get a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So
Each.
if you actually read the bill, that it actually adds 11, not just makes it 11, so it's actually 19% tax. And so if you were to buy a $500 gun, you will be now paying $100 of tax instead of just the regular 8%, which is $40, which is crazy, by the way. And also, that's like the community's job to teach about gun safety, and the government does not need to do that. And about small businesses, people are gonna leave to buy somewhere else because of this tax, which is gonna affect small businesses very negatively. And the rest of my time is gonna go to my colleague. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Morales, you have a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblywoman Morales. The greater majority of gun violence cases are conducted by those who illegally procure guns, no matter what. This bill does not practice capitalism. It wants to limit the firearm industries. The bill coincidentally makes it a racial issue and would make it way harder for us to buy guns in section 2, paragraph F. And this does not align with our Second Amendment rights while having no requirement to vote. All the money would go to the state, even though the state already makes $297.6 billion in just tax revenues, which is just gross greed. This bill is very repetitive, left-wing, largely childish with inappropriate behavior, as well as anti-American values and beliefs. Lastly, the bill states that if any part is unconstitutional, it supersedes the Constitution. That is just disgusting and horrid legal practice. Assemblyman Hagberg, how dare you?
Assemblyman Hagberg, you will have a 30-second rebuttal.
I'm very interested to hear where they got this information. Number one, small businesses won't be affected because they are immune to this, so I don't know how that's going to affect anyone at all. Number two, this isn't going to be affecting you. This is affecting the businesses, and the businesses are going to pay a small increase from what they're already paying. And also, this isn't to try to restrict guns. This is to educate people so that we have a more safer country and state all around. Because instead of just trying to fight against gun crime, as they said, these illegal people who get guns illegally are going to use them illegally.
We're going to. You're over on time. You're at 35 seconds. We're now going to move to discussion. You can finish your sentence.
I lost my train of thought.
Sorry. Okay, we're going to have to move to a discussion now. Assemblyman Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna, I'd like to make a statement through you to the body. I say, can we all pass Sawyer's bill, please? He hasn't. I think he deserves to get it passed. Like, come on, please.
Assemblyman Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Assemblyman Drew Stewart. I second what Chase said. We should pass Sawyer's bill because, well, Sawyer has never passed a bill before.
Assemblywoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblywoman Morales. This is through you to the body. Even more reason to not pass the bill so we can keep this very treasured tradition for the last year.
Hey, we will not boo anyone. We will move forward. And if you have to stand to call the question at this moment, I am going to move to. If you're standing for that, sit down. Assemblywoman Seeley. Sorry, I haven't called on this area any other time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Seeley, isn't this guilt tripping?
And
which giving the other team an unfair advantage for their opposition? Thank you.
To answer your question, because you directed it to me, this is called a logical fallacy. And we're smart people. We don't need to follow the logical fallacy. So we're going to move from discussion to a vote now. We're moving to a vote.
No, come on.
All those in favor of AB 28, please rise. Wow, guys, you're really susceptible to...
You may take a seat. All those in opposition? The nays, no, I'm joking. The ayes have it. The bill passes.
It's been an honor. Thanks, guys.
Assemblyman Zamorano, please come up. Yes, I have a bill at the end. You were censured. You lost your opportunity. That is out of order. I'm going to give Josiah. He's never done it. Oh my gosh, yes. Does the governor have the bill? Assemblyman Zamorano, you may make the motion.
I move to pass bill number 2095.
Assembly Bill number 2095, introduced by Assemblymember M. Zamorano, is an act to amend the government code relating to discrimination.
Assemblyman Zamorano, you will have 2 minutes.
Can I have the bill back?
Oh, you may have your bill back.
So, you guys are all probably wondering, what does this bill do? This bill makes it unlawful to ask or request for the conviction history of a formerly incarcerated person unless that transgression is directly related to the job they are applying for. It also makes it illegal for anyone, no matter if you've been incarcerated or not, to pay for your own background check when applying for a new job. But why is this important? Because 78% of men and women in California that have been incarcerated will never commit another crime offensible in jail to jail again if they have a stable job, and this is one step to making that happen. This bill also allows for the checks to be still asked and received, the background checks to be received if their crime directly relates to the job. And this removes harmful and hurtful stigmas that people that were in prison before can't change. And this improves the economy because this will help get more overall people working. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Zamorano. Assemblywoman Seeley, you will have a minute.
Thank you, Speaker. Assemblywoman Seeley. I believe that employers should know who they are employing, and they should have every right to see if the person they are considering to employ has committed a crime, because that can harm people in the workplace, because people who commit crimes often tend to be more violent and tend to break rules more. Thank you. I will be giving the rest of my time to my
Assemblywoman England, you will have a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In our great country of the United States of America, we have fought for these freedoms so that we are able to have our own businesses. And as business owners, we should be allowed to interview the people and do background checks on future employers so that you can know that if you have a previous pedophile working for your law firm, for example. We don't want pedophiles working for our law firms. I don't know about Mr. Zamorano, but I personally do not. So I just think that's extremely important that we get to continue to exercise our freedoms that generations of people have fought for, and not just be, that is discrimination against the people who have fought for our country. It is not discrimination to be background checked for a job. Thank you.
Assemblyman Zamorano, you have 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you. And this is a question I would like Ms. England to answer after this. Could you name one person that died for the right to do background checks on formerly wrongly imprisoned people? And then my next point is that people are always wrongfully convicted. That happens all the time. And imagine something embarrassing happened to you. You didn't do it, and now you get turned down at a job because they determine that you did the crime, but you didn't actually do it. You spent time in prison, and now you can't get a job, so that puts you back in the cycle to actually commit crimes and actually go to prison for something you actually did do. Thank you.
We'll now open it to the floor.
Don't you dare call the question.
I tend to not, you guys had time to prepare on both sides, so I tend to not want to call on people over here, just because you had time to prepare.
If you guys are standing to call the question, sit down and I'll just move so we don't have to make 2 votes. Yeah. Assemblyman Stewart, just.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Drew Stewart here. I move to vacate the chair.
You cannot make that motion because there's already a motion on the table. That is out of order. Yeah, that was an amazing plan. Let's move forward. Is there any more discussion? If there is no discussion, Ms. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is from me to your body. The assembly. Do you guys believe that taking someone's, let me rephrase that. If someone was a convicted criminal, do you think that they haven't changed and that they're going to be that convicted criminal forever? Thank you.
Can I answer, Mr. Speaker?
You may answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Zamorano. To my colleague, Ms. Morales, I absolutely do agree with that. The point of prison is rehabilitation, not punishment. Studies actually show that harsh punishment puts people back into the cycle, which leads them to commit more crimes. Like I said, if they get a stable job out of prison, the rehabilitation will go better, and 78% of men and women in California will not commit a serious crime again if they have a stable job.
Is there any more debate, discussion? If you're standing to call the question, I will just move to a vote, but Assemblywoman Renteria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Renteria. I would like to strongly, approve this bill because as Assemblyman Zamorano said, someone could get falsely accused and then spend prison, and then after when they get out trying to find a new life, then they're like discriminated against because of their criminal background, which probably was falsely, and they could also have a change of heart. You don't know. They could probably find Christ and actually want to live a life, and because of their background discrimination, they're unable to live that new life they want to live.
Assemblywoman Renteria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblywoman Renteria. I'd like to ask Mr. Zamorano a question. Do you believe that a pedophile that has acted on those thoughts can be rehabilitated 100%?
You can answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While this may be an unpopular opinion, if we look at the Bible, anyone who puts their faith in Jesus Christ can have their sins completely absolved and be completely rehabilitated. So yes, while they have committed a terrible crime, anyone can be, anyone can be rehabilitated. In the eyes of the Lord, all sins are the same.
Assemblyman Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna. Through you to my esteemed colleague on support, I want to ask if you have a statistic for the amount of people who are wrongly convicted and actually stay in prison.
You may respond.
Is he talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh wait, sorry. Not you, Mr. Zamorano. To the audience, whoever had that statistic. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. I'm testing.
If you're addressing it to assembly, anyone can answer if they want to. Yes, Assemblyman. That is out of order.
I like the discussion.
You cannot
It's not a
second
motion.
that. That's not a motion. You are out of order. You are not called on to speak. I'm going to end the debate there because we're at like 8 minutes on this one. So let's move to a vote. All those in favor, please rise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, some people sat down. 2, 3, 5, 7. It's the majority. The bill passes. We will not be censuring anyone for the rest of this assembly.
We cannot censure people because free speech. Let us move. No. Let us move to the next bills. May the opposition and support for AB 1967 please come forward. Assemblyman, you may now present the motion.
I move to pass AB 1967.
Lieutenant Governor?
Assembly Bill number 1967, introduced by Assemblymember Hasty, is an act to amend welfare and institutions codes relating to juveniles.
Assemblyman, you may now have 2 minutes.
This bill speaks on getting children out of foster homes that are abusive and or sexually inappropriate and making their court dates to a limit of 14 days, which is a lot faster than having no limit. We should do this to protect our children that have not many people to stand up for them and get them out of these homes that will be abusive and ruin the rest of their lives.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Assemblyman Westwick, you will have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in opposition to this bill because by speeding up the trials for those foster children, it would in turn slow down other trials, and the processing speed for those would be decreased. And I would like to give the rest of my time to Mr. Chris.
Assemblyman Chrisley will have 1 minute and 45 seconds.
I stand in opposition of this bill because, as you said, this bill will speed up the process of the court proceedings, but what this can do is, as you said, you wanted to protect the children, but what about the parents? If this bill gets passed, then it can initiate court proceedings without the parents' initial knowledge or consent, which could endanger the parents and their rights will be taken away. Thank you.
You will have 30 seconds in rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like everybody to search into their heart of hearts and think, would you want to either get a kid out of a potentially abusive home or leave a kid in a potentially abusive home? And I believe that speeding up this process would only be for the benefit of the child, and another bill can wait until a child is rescued safely.
Okay, we will now move to floor discussion. Assemblywoman Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Morales, through you to your
To the Assembly.
to the Assembly. Do you think that a murder trial for a puppy is more important than taking foster kids out of an abusive home?
Assemblyman Hagberg.
I just want to say I personally feel for Mr. Heasty's explanation after reading over this bill myself. I rise in strong support of this bill for any and all kids in an abusive, difficult home where they're being abused, where they are being hurt. Getting them out of there is our utmost priority so that these kids can go back to leading normal lives. Thank you.
Assemblyman Jakes, don't do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to call the
There is no
question.
second, it doesn't work. There was no second, I hit the gavel, sorry, we're gonna continue. Oh, dang it. Okay, division was seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? The nays have it. I didn't hear no division. You might have said it, I didn't hear it. Ms. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regarding to the comment that Mr. Sawyer-Hagberg had recently stated, although we have our differences, I am here to agree with Mr. Sawyer And that Republican, Democratic, Patriot or not, our main concern is for the children. Whatever way we can to save them is our utmost priority. So I am in full support of this bill.
Assemblywoman C. Renteria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblywoman Renteria. I just wanted to clarify what my colleague was trying to say. The question was, are the least important trials more important than getting a child out of an abusive home? Thank you.
Assemblywoman Renteria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Renteria, and I do agree with this bill strongly, as children are vulnerable, and as Jesus says, they're the ones in the kingdom, like he says in John. So it is our utmost priority to take care of them and to get them out of abusive homes, because really they're in the developmental stage where those experiences in their young hood, it could shape them for their future, and they could either turn out to be bad people and cause more crimes in the future, which would not be good for our nation. So we should really consider that and protect the children of this nation for the future generation.
Assemblywoman Jakes. That is distracting and out of order. Please put the flags down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As some of you know, I am personally adopted, so I do know what it's like. I wasn't in an abusive home, but I do feel for those kids because I know what it must be like, because I went through that process myself. And even though I was at a young age, there are definitely those kids in those types of homes who are older. So you have my full support in this bill.
Assemblyman Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to preface that I would like to ask a question to Mr. Hisi, and then he respond to my question, and then I follow up with a second question. Is that okay? I'll make it quick.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to my esteemed colleague, what is the bill's definition of abuse?
You may respond. Oh, yeah.
Hold on one second. It's a 9-page bill. I gotta find it.
Point of personal privilege. My feet hurt.
Hey, that is out of order and inappropriate. Genuinely, he cannot find it. You will have like 40 seconds. Keep looking. For the sake of time. You cannot ask anything to
Wait,
the other side.
while he's searching for that, was abuse even in it, or was that like a word that you just used?
It's in it. Is that your follow-up question? Or?
No.
You can wait to be called on and not be out of order. Something's going on right now. Give it a second. And Mr. Stewart, if your mission is to call to question, sit down. There's a 23-page bill. That's not the longest bill ever. Hey, order.
Can't find it.
You can't find it.
So then, if you can't find it, would this possibly mean that, by definition of abuse, that the parents are just telling the children that they can't change their sex or gender?
You can answer.
Could be.
Okay, we're going to move to Mr. Zamorano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Zamorano. This is to the whole body, kind of Mr. Chris. But he mentioned the parents, and this is for foster kids, so they don't really have for like full parents if like they need to consent, and if it's abusive, then I believe that the parents are probably the ones abusing them, so they need to be taken out, the kids. Thank you.
We are going to move to a vote. Everybody in support of AB 1967, please rise. It passes.
Thank you.
We will now have a 2-minute recess.
Thank you. Yeah, but no, but because there's no time. No, we're done. We're done.
Okay, the assembly will be brought back together. Go take your seat. Go take your seat. Me? You cannot amend the bill here. We do not have enough time to amend anything. It ends at 4, so we're past time already. Everyone, please take a seat. We'll be right back. Lock in. Locked. Everyone, please take your seat, including, we will wait for Assemblywomen Audrey and Jax to get back. Jakes. A lot of last names today. We will be having no motions at this time. You don't have to. Guys, guess what? You do not need to follow your constituencies. Assemblyman Morales. What? I'm fine. My feet hurt. Yeah, but I've been standing for 6 hours. What's up? What? It's not that hot. I feel kind of cold, you know. Over here, I think there's an AC vent, and I don't have to share it with anyone. Comfort is subjective. No. No. Assembly, no. Guys, for this last one, I looked at all your sheets because I'm allowed to do that. I think on everyone's constituency it says no, so just don't listen to that. Please take a seat, sir. Yes, Morales. What, Assemblywoman Morales? Yes? Yes. We are going to have to proceed without Miss Audrey Lay or Assemblywoman Lai or Assemblywoman Jakes. Would my pro temp please come forward, and those opposing AB 1745.
We just start? Oh. Okay. Session is back in order. We will hear bill number 1745. The opposition and the support is already up.
Assembly Bill number 174.
I need to make the point of order. I need to make the motion. I move to approve AB 1745.
Assembly Bill 1745, introduced by Mr. E. Hagberg, concerns motor vehicle fuel tax.
Okay, guys. AB 1745. Oh, I'm sorry.
You have to wait until I call on you.
I am so sorry. I've been doing this.
You may go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amazing speaker. I am Assemblyman Hagberg, and AB 1745, it would remove 61 cents of tax on the sale of gas, and the savings of which go straight to consumers. And while this will make it cheaper for businesses, the proceeds will be forced to be passed down to end consumers, which the bill specifies are purchasers of motor vehicle fuels for the purpose of consumption, not resale. The cost to produce a gallon of gas is $3.13 within California, and the cost average to sell it is $5.89. So they will still make a $2.76 margin on each gallon of gas sold, so the savings do not need to go to businesses. It goes straight back to consumers. Also, there are a lot of green gas initiatives that might be against this, but if we look at the battle against green gas here within California in the last 24 years, we've gone up 1 degree in Fahrenheit. But the 24 years before that, we only went up 0.36 degrees. So it's not working, really. In addition, we don't use that much more gas. And also another argument that might be made against this bill is that we need more tax revenue. But California gets $296.7 billion in tax revenue a year, and $7.6 billion of it is from gas, and this will only limit about half. So we're only losing that's $3 billion straight back to taxpayers. So we would be saving money straight for us as normal human beings, not the government. That's all.
Okay, we will now move to the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to point out that the funds do not go directly to the consumers. It actually says in paragraph 4 that this bill would also direct the controller to transfer a specified amount from the general fund to the motor vehicle fuel account. So although maybe most of it is going to the consumers, a percentage of it will not be going directly to them. Also, here it says that the taxes that are to be imposed on the transfer of the motor vehicle fuel into the state will tax everything but the bulk transfers. So that means that they'll be taxing the small businesses as well.
So these, I'm sorry. This tax would not allow the.
That is time. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, Assemblyman Drew Stewart. So don't approve this bill because leaving gas prices as they are results in the tax money that you pay going into more gas stations that are closer and more roads to get to those convenient and closer gas stations. Therefore, be it resolved, you spend less money on gas. Thank you.
Okay, you may give your rebuttal.
The thing the controller takes is a separate tax that will be maintained at 27 cent tax specified within the bill. It's not part of the 61 cents. Also, this taxes are exempt for all sale of gas for all end consumers, not retailers, all end consumers, period, no matter where you're getting gas. In addition to that, as he said, it leads to it doesn't go to gas stations, it goes straight to the governor. It just, the money goes nowhere, guys. We have a train, a railway that does nothing. That's where our money's going. We do not need to give more money for it to be wasted. Thank you.
Okay. We'll now move or open the floor to discussion. Yes, Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Stewart, I move to call the question.
The question has been called. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay. All in favor, please stand. Okay, the ayes have it. We'll now move to the vote.
Okay.
All in favor of Assembly Bill 1754, I believe? 1754. 1745. Please say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Okay, division has been called. Oh, my. Division has been called. I'm sorry. Please stand if you support the bill.
Come on, guys. Come on. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on. Your constituencies don't matter. Come on. Don't forget my vote. And your vote.
Okay, opposition, please stand. I didn't count.
That's a piece of COTH memorabilia.
It fails.
Thank you.
Wait, I'm
Just
still,
take your seat.
I'm still in.
No, you're not.
What
No,
is it?
I'm done. My bill's done. Go. Get. We will now need someone, we will entertain the movement to adjourn. Lieutenant Governor, would you like to make a movement? Can you? A motion. Would you like to make a motion? Oh, that sucks. Who wants to make the motion to adjourn? Oh. Assembly. Oh, that's sad. Assemblyman Morial? Just move to adjourn. We're done. We're done. Move to adjourn right now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Morial.
I move to adjourn.
I choose to censor. I motion to censor everybody.
That. Governor, you want to veto that for the sake of time? Nope.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Out of order. It's not a logical policy. I think it's just logically bad. Assemblywoman Cruz. I second. Can I second? She moved to adjourn. Do we have a second? This meeting is adjourned. What? We have to vote? We have to vote on it?
All right, hey, you're adjourned, but everyone sit down, please. You need to fill out your constituency sheets, and then I need someone, I have point sheets back there at the edge of the table. I need you to hand out point sheets because the students need to fill them out. I'll come find them.
I'll grab the rest of my stuff later.
Everybody, so you're doing a couple of things right now. You're filling out your constituency points, and you're going to total what you got at the bottom of the constituency points. You're going to transfer that number over and fill out your point sheet, and then add up your point sheet. So, leaders, you need to make sure whoever, because I think there were some whip changes, whoever was the ending whip gets the whip points. Okay, then Gabe, you get the points. And I think, I'm sorry, what was your question? No additional points today for floor session because there's some, it's really tight. It's very close for legislator of the year, and I don't want staff to influence it in any way, and so if we give out points, that could do it. So we're gonna not give out additional points. How many of you are done filling out your point sheet? Let's get them done and pass them to the middle, and staff will pick them up, and we're still not ready to stand up and go. Where's my notebook? All right, after you turn your point sheets in, what I would like for you to do is remain seated, get your backpack out, put all of your personal belongings in the backpack. -5. Okay, we have 2 more things that we're going to do. Do we have all the points? Raise your hand, raise your sheet if there's still points to get your point sheet. All right. So right now, and where's Hannah? She what? Oh. Constitutionalist. Once everything is in your backpacks and your desk is cleaned off, you're going to, when I say go, you're going to stand up and you're going to exit to go get a constitutionalist picture with Ms. Chung? Okay. I still see, yes, Assemblywoman. I would take your bags outside for that when we do it, and I'm just waiting for everyone to get everything in their bags. Oh, he can just cut it at this point. Just cut it. I didn't know I was still on. All right, has everyone turned in their point sheets? Okay. Eli and Hannah, can you guys help out there? And I'm going to release the constitutionalists first. So hang on before I release you. After your picture, you are allowed to be in the front on the lawn, the front of the two dorms. You may be in your dorm or out in the front. And at 5:15, we will gather to come down here for dinner. So those are the only places you can be. So when you're done with your picture, you're going to move up to the dorms, whether you're in the dorm room or outside, you know, talking, hanging out. Yes, Assemblyman. You can also be in the hawk. All right, hang on, we're taking a seat. I see two tall gentlemen in the back. All right, can the constitutionalists stand up, gather all of your belongings, and exit to outside for a picture? We don't need that. They should have transferred the numbers onto their point sheet. Yes, and you may take your name, place.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Thank you, Governor.
You're welcome. Yes. You need to be out getting the picture. Oh, thank you, but we got to get pictures. Tell me why. Tell me why. Oh.